All right, we are live. Welcome back, everyone. Today we have a presentation on everyone's favorite character in the Quran, Dhul Qarnayn. And you may have seen from the title something that may appear a bit odd, that Dhul Qarnayn proves the legitimacy, well, at least the existence of Muhammad. And I did not have my volume muted, so that was a little bit distracting there, but I got that corrected now. So as I was saying, that Dhul Qarnayn proves that Muhammad was a real individual, that the histories surrounding him are at least largely factual, in contradiction to what you may hear on some other channels. So it should be a very interesting presentation today. We did talk about Dhul Qarnayn last week. However, the two presentations are independent of one another. So whether you saw that one or not, you'll have plenty to follow along with today. You don't need to see that one to get to watch this one, nor does that one overlap, and thus, you'd be getting repetitive information today. It's completely different angle, happens to be the same character, but completely different material. Anything you want to say as an introduction, Mary?
Well, I was just going to say that is correct. And I want to start out by talking about what happens at the end of the world. Remember, do a fun introductory thing most times. And this time it's going to be related to our main topic. At the end of the world, the Juj or Ajuj or Yajuj and Majuj break through the wall of Dhul Qarnayn, right? So Dhul Qarnayn's wall falls. They come in. They kill they kill a whole bunch of people, and then there's fighting, and then the Messiah will come down, and then all sorts of different things happen. And next comes the resurrection. It's very important to see how this comes. If you could share my screen, let's find out how this resurrection occurs. So there'll be no creation in the heavens and the earth, but it will die except for whom your Lord wills, and there'll be between the two blasts whatever God wills it to be. There's nothing among the children of Adam created except that something from it. Then he said, what happens next? So Allah sends water from under the throne as the semen of men, so their flesh and their bodies grow forth from that water, just as the earth grows from the soil. So, from the bottom of Allah's own throne, he sends semen, that's like the semen of men, to grow men from the soil, uh, as if as if from soil, and then uh, that's how the resurrection happens. So is this resurrection a dead country? So we revive the earth with it after its death. So is the resurrection. So you do not get resurrected except with Allah's semen that He sends down from His throne at the end of time. This is, if you can't tell, an auto translated source. Uh, yep, here is the whole source for you guys to check it out. Oh, it's too long, but I think that Phil actually got it.
It's more
I
than
think it's the
200
same
characters.
one. I think Phil's it's the same one as Phil's, I believe. So I can't put it in the chat, but that is how the resurrection occurs. And this is from the Book of Tribulations and Epics, and it's a commentary on the two Sahihs. So this is Sahih, or
Be Happy says,
commentary on it rather. Right.
Be Happy says, I'd rather not be resurrected in that case.
So yeah, yeah. And this is particularly interesting for Muslims who want to tell you that the early Muslims did not have an incredibly and entirely physical idea of who Allah was. No, Allah was originally, in fact, an entirely physical being in every way, and became abstracted out whenever this became embarrassing. So let's do a slideshow from the slide. So we learned last time, and let me make this smaller. For me, not for you. It will be the same size for you. once I finish, and I'll move around a bit. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. So we learned last time that the traditional story is that Dhul Qarnayn, that section is a specific answer to questions posed by Jews to Muhammad, and his answer was supposed to prove his prophethood, and the question's supposed to be something that only they know about. And I believe that we can determine what really happened versus what the Sira legend is from these sources. There already are conflicting information inherent in the sources. All of the Sahih narrations can't actually fit together. So the narration about him being asked 3 questions doesn't fit with a narration of a Jew suddenly asking him the 3rd question completely unrelated in a different city, right? These can't both be true. So we need to figure out what really happened. And I think that understanding what really happened makes it extremely clear that Muhammad was a real live person who really was asked some questions by some real living people, unlike people who want to be Muhammad mythicists, essentially. So, uh, this is how I believe that the challenges went down. So, I've already explained why I don't think that they happened all of this. They could not, all the ahadith cannot be true because of this conflict. I believe that the first thing that happened is they really was asked the question concerning the Christian legend of the sleepers of Ephesus. Now, Jews reject this story. It is not in scripture. Um, but Muhammad responded as if it is. And at first, he avoided specific details. You can read this on your own because we're not going into this in like lots of detail here. This is not about the sleepers of Ephesus. This is about a different story. Um, so initially, he avoids specific details, doesn't tell you, and one of the reasons that they might want to have asked him this specifically was because the 7 sleepers of Ephesus already existed in 2 different forms at this time. Now, later on, there'd be even more forms, but as far as we can tell, exactly 2 forms, general forms, existed at this time. One form had 7 sleepers, the other form had 8 sleepers. There was also a specific mistake in a very popular mission, or in a very popular version, that had the wrong number of years asleep because the writer misunderstood one detail and just flubbed the date completely because of that. And because 7 sleepers is rooted in historical figures, we know how long it has to be. That's like saying, oh, something happened during the reign of Caesar and then something else happened during the reign of Constantine. You'd know how long that is, whether or not that story's true, right? Because these are real people. They live certain amounts of time. If somebody is off by 100 years or more, then obviously you're not going to have any idea. Obviously they have no idea of what the actual story was. They've messed up. So, um, the challenges, so he didn't actually rise to any of the challenges when he initially gave the answer. He just avoided anything specific. And so you can tell right after that people were pushing on him, like, okay, well, how many were there? How long did they sleep for? Which were 2 of the most important pieces of information, right? So Muhammad did not actually give an answer to the first question at all. He was like, oh, only the wise people know, right? There's, people go upon doubt. But apparently, people are just speculating. Nobody knows. One would think that Allah would know, right?
You'd think.
But you'd think that Allah would know. But apparently he doesn't. So in the Quran, it says some people think 3, some people think 5, some people think 7, and he even throws in a bonus dog that does not appear in the earliest sources, right? And so he doesn't clarify, how many sleepers there were. Since there were 2 versions, notice that the 2 versions were 7 or 8, and 8 is probably the original. So he's going with 3 numbers, only one of which is in the tradition at this time, right? So, and Jabril is just unable to clear up this stuff. he also gives a length of time. It's 309 years, or if you read it one day, or if you read it a different way, it's some people say it's 300 years, and some people add 9 to it. Now, this is actually incredibly important because early in the story, he says that the reason why Allah put them to sleep was to tell the difference between the people, between the two factions. There were two factions, and they were fighting, and Allah wants to know who can determine the length of time better, as if this would show you who's on the right path, right? And so Muhammad is acting like he's kind of giving both answers to the two questions, right? Oh, it's 300 years or 309. Well, that's not actually possible based on any version of the story. Now, impossible times became common in this story whenever it's circulating popularly because of the original story is a little bit complicated. The boys had a coin, and the coin was much older than they were because coins often are. And people looked at the coin and they marveled because it was so incredibly old. And so, why do these boys have this super old coin? But in the story, they'd been asleep around 200 years, shortly before. And that is correct in terms of historical events. They would have been asleep between the two times about 200 years, right? So Jacob of Sirg was the one who has the mistaken idea of what the coin meant. He thought that it was the coin indicated that Decius was on the coin, and then it was 372 years ago, but that's not at all what was originally said. Rather, that instead it's an even older coin. So um, now, if you just go with the stories that are circulating and just with the names, if we just look at it now and you go Theodosius, well, it's either Theodosius the first or Theodosius the second. Okay, so you have your maximum of 146 years or 201 years. We happen to know historically that this story first cropped up during the reign of Theodosius II and was supposed to be set then. It's supposed to be set when it crops up. So we do know that it is the 200 years. But Muhammad's off by 100 years. Here are the reasons why we know when it is. And the story itself bears provocative resemblance to a myth of Abimelech that's preserved from the 2nd century in Christian manuscripts, although the original one may be Jewish. It may be surviving in a Christian form. But of the sleepers of Ephesus, there are surviving manuscripts in the Syriac from the 6th century and maybe even the 5th. So these are way before Muhammad. So Muhammad's messing up things that he really should know if he's hearing from God at all, right? So
Well, I mean, he
Muhammad,
shouldn't be messing up
yeah,
anything if he's
yeah,
hearing from God. I mean,
exactly. Well, I'm saying that there could be two possibilities. Either A, what we have now is a distortion, and Muhammad's telling the truth, but we have physical written manuscripts from before Muhammad, and Muhammad doesn't clear up anything. In fact, he makes impossible mistakes where he does say, "Hey, it has to be it has to be either 300 or 309." That is an error. Now, uh, have there been any on-comment topics about this yet? Anything you want to say?
well, yeah. So the bot wasn't working, so I was trying to figure that out. I'm not
Everything's
quite sure
broken today.
what's going. Yeah, I'm having some tech issues today for sure.
Well, we can still have cats, a cat and a Jen. So we will at least have those for today. So after this, Muhammad's trying to save face, right? He's super embarrassed, so he's doing other things to sound as legitimate as he possibly can, right? So now he's trying to tell the most obscure stories that he can to show that he is like totally legit. He's really hearing from Allah, et cetera, et cetera. So he attempts to kind of reproduce a Jesus parable in his own style, and it's rambling and incoherent as his parables typically are. And then he also gave another reference to the Gnostic life of Adam and Eve and the Cave of Treasures again, which he had done before. These are late Gnostic sources. And importantly, the Sleepers of Ephesus is all AD stuff. The beginning date is like 250 AD, right? So this is in the period when, according to the Quran, all Islamic sources and all Christian belief, there are no prophets. There is no prophecy being written down. There are no messengers. There are no more holy texts being produced. And yet he's producing this and putting it in his holy text. And this is just a legend that popped up of these boys who went into a cave. God made them sleep between one time of punishment and woke them up in another time. And it's just a Christian legend. And Muhammad should have known that it wasn't true. But somehow Allah failed to tell him that, and now it's in the Quran. So, and again, this Gnostic life of Adam and Eve and Cave of Treasures, they're not scripture, they're late, they're embroideries of Gnostic folk stories that got written down. And then after this, he tells the story of the fish at the junction of two rivers. Now, this is particularly interesting because the character in it, the only named character, is Moses. But it's actually a story of Alexander the Great from the Homily or the Syriac Romance. Okay? So this is actually another story of Alexander the Great that he lifts out of the Alexander the Great legends and puts into the Quran and says it's about Moses. Then we get the story of al-Qidr, which is a 6th century story of a monk and an angel that was told by the Desert Fathers in Egypt, which then gets moved over to an Islamic context. Again, it's a legend. It's a legend of some guys out in the desert who probably had heat stroke, honestly, because this is one of the weirder Desert Father myth legend things that circulated, right? And we know that it was written down around about 610 because the man who collected the story in Egypt and wrote it down in the Christian tradition arrived back in Byzantium and wrote this down around 610. So this occurred quite a bit before. Now, what's even funnier is that Ibn Abbas, I cannot talk. Ibn Abbas said that al-Qidr was Dhul Qarnayn's minister. And this will actually matter later on because al-Qidr is associated with this fish and junction of the two rivers as this character that they meet right after this happened, like right at the threshold of this event, while they're still trying to sort it out. Suddenly they meet this guy who is named the Green Man. So Green Man is important. Keep Green Man in mind. Now, all of a sudden, all of these stories do disqualify Muhammad, and the Jews, here's the important part, they recognize the story of Alexander the Great from his story of Musa. So he's saying it's Moses, and they're like, wait a second, we know that this is about Alexander the Great. So now they present to him their second challenge. Tell us about the one who went all the way from the east to the west, because that's in the same story. And so they've caught him out. They know that he's stealing stories about other characters and applying it to Moses. And now what is he going to do? So it takes 15 days for him to answer this particular event. And it takes him 15 days not because he is like Jibril isn't visiting him, or even because he has to go and ask people and find out what the actual facts are, right? What really happened here is that because Muhammad knows that they know, because they just ask about the guy he stole the story from, how am I going to respond to this? How am I going to get out of the fact that they have just totally caught me out, retelling the story of Alexander the Great and saying that it's Moses instead? So That is the actual context to the question, hey, who's that east and west guy? Who is that? So, oh, yes, I would be lightly tapping Muslim men on their chests. Would you please explain this now? Explain it. So, anyone else, any other questions as to what's happening here? So the Jews ask him a question. He completely flubs it in all sorts of ways. To cover, he has all of these noble pronouncements. And in one of them, he steals the story of Alexander the Great and says it's about Moses, a piece of that story. And then they're like, so tell us about this guy. And the one who went from the east to the west was a term that was ascribed to Alexander the Great and a whole bunch of these different fictional things. It circulated independently. It was inside all of the different versions. It could only mean one person in this context, right? So they're going, hey, why don't you tell us about this guy? So they've caught him, right? And now what's he going to do? So he comes up and he talks about Dhul Qarnayn, and then he avoids the fish thing entirely, even though it's a really, really big part of one of the versions of this, actually two of the versions of the story. So, but right now we will talk about that particular fish story and what it came from.
So I do believe that we got all of the bot stuff working again. So yay! It was, yeah. So it turns out that it just didn't connect to the YouTube stream, and I restarted the program, and then it connected. So who knows? Who knows why it didn't do that? I have no idea. But if we have problems again, I'll know what to look for, because that was the real problem. It took me a while to look for it and find it.
Nice.
Because I wasn't anticipating that possibility. In any case, we did have a super chat from Jack Ray.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa'ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, yeah, in 1 second.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why I couldn't. I hope they can't hear me.
Well, they can now.
Are we back again?
Yeah. Okay. So
sorry about that.
I think that worked fine for everyone else. Mary and I couldn't actually hear, but I could see that was sending audio, so I assume it worked well for everyone else. So from Jack Ray, I have been looking forward to Teaching Tuesday with Mary. Thank you very much for that donation. And maybe, someday I'll be a professional at this and actually not constantly screw everything up, but don't count on it. Until then, it will remain amateur hour, even if you donate money. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, it happens. But we have here, can you go back to the other screen so I can see what they can see? If you can change the display again. Anyway, yes. You see here we have Dhul Qarnayn in disguise.
I didn't realize that had messed up.
Yeah, we have him in disguise here, right? This is Alexander the Great, and he's hiding out as Moses. He's got a nice mustache, and I didn't grab a beard too. I should put a beard there too. A nice big beard, so you can't tell that Alexander the Great is behind this Moses figure here that we've got in the Quran. So here's what it says about Moses and the fish in the Quran. And when Musa said to his youth, and a lot of times his youth phrase also means a slave or a servant, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. It's generally taken by Islamic exegetes to mean a servant, right? So, and when Musa said to his youth, I will not cease until I meet the junction of the two seas, or until I continue forever. So basically, I'm going to go until I find out where these two seas meet. Or else I'm going to keep searching forever. But when they reached the junction between them, they forgot their fish, and it took its way into the sea, slipping away. Then when they had passed beyond, he said to the youth, bring us our morning meal. Certainly, indeed, we have suffered fatigue in ours this journey. So this fish was food, right? And this food suddenly slipped away in the water. Okay? And then it says, he said, "Did you see when we took refuge in the rock? Then indeed I forgot the fish, and nothing made me forget it except the shaitan, so that I should remember it. And it took its way into the sea amazingly." So, like, the fish slipped away into the sea that they were going to eat, came alive, slipped away in the sea, and then they just kept going. And then all of a sudden, and Moses didn't realize until he asked for lunch, and they realized that the fish was missing, that they had like put this dead fish in the sea and it had come alive, and it was all Shaitan's fault that he forgot it, right? Then he said, "That is what we were seeking." So they returned along their footprints, retracing. And then they get waylaid by our green man, right? So, but this is a very weird story. So they're looking for two C's. They've reached it. And then something weird happens with the fish that they're going to have for lunch. And then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, Shaitan made me forget that this thing happened with the lunch." Now, how much sense does this actually make in context?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, and the audience too. Like, how much sense is this? They'll probably not hear me until we are quite delayed because of the delay we've put on it now. But like, think about this. Like, is this a story that makes sense? It's very weird.
Well, I mean, yeah, it makes perfect sense as long as you don't think about anything. I mean,
Yeah.
that's perfectly normal. If you are like our Muslim friend in the chat who said that the reason they are a Muslim is because they feel peace. And I asked him if they have
Yeah.
any actual reason to believe in Islam. And he said, Islam doesn't just make us feel peace, Islam means peace,
No, it doesn't.
which
We're
of
not
course it
stupid. Don't
doesn't.
lie to us. It means surrender.
But even if it meant peace, I mean, I could create a religion tomorrow called the peace religion. That wouldn't make it true.
Yep.
So maybe like get some actual reason to believe in Islam.
Yeah. Okay, so this story, as weird as it is, if you have read the Alexander legend, it is very, very, very recognizable. Now, let's look at this a first verse that talks about, "I will not cease until I meet the junction of the two seas or until I continue forever." Well, we find here that Muhammad's actually confusing the two seas that he liked before. It actually means Bahrain actually means two seas, right? And Muhammad thought that it was like super, super special, that there was a place in the Persian Gulf where the water from under Arabia and that aquifer bubbles up, and that somehow the aquifer doesn't become salty. He thinks that that's super, super special. Um, yeah, so the only time that he could think of water coming together in some way that was special was with Bahrain, so he reverted to that. However, he is conflating four rivers with the two seas, and part of that reason is because he didn't understand that rivers were bodies of water that flowed above the ground. He thought that rivers were like oasis pools that bubbled up and then went underground again. So he didn't understand how you could follow a river. He could only understand how you could follow a sea. Did not get it. So we find in the Syriac legend stories of paradise in the land of darkness. We talked about last time what the Syriac legend was, why it had to be from the 6th century before Muhammad got his inspiration, right? And why and how this is related to other texts that have legends of Alexander in it. It is a fictional piece. It's basically a novel, and it's a novel that predicts the end of the world coming when the Huns come through. Dhul Qarnayn's Alexander the Great's wall, right? The Yajuj and Majuj suddenly becomes the Huns in this particular story. But part of this goes, it places those four rivers of paradise in association with the Caucasus Mountains, but paradise itself is neither heaven nor earth. Like a fair and strong city, so it appears between heaven and earth. And the clouds and darkness which surround it are visible far off, and the horn of the north wind rests upon it. And Alexander said to them, the people of those mountains, right? How do the four rivers go forth? The old men replied, My lord, we will inform thy majesty. God made four rivers to go forth from the paradise of Eden, because God knew that men would dare to seize the rivers and would go by means of them to enter paradise. He drew the rivers within the earth and brought them through valleys of mountains and plains, and brought them through a number of mountains and made them issue forth of the mountains. There is one which he made flow from a cave. And then, so we have this idea of rivers flowing from paradise in this particular hadith here, or in this not hadith, goodness, this legend, this fictional story, although many of the hadith are actually also fictional. Now, the Alexander Romance B, and this is an excerpt, I spelled this wrong, excerpt, not accept, an excerpt from the Armenian Alpha, as well. Also talks about this blessed darkness, etc. So the Armenian text, which was translated, I believe, in the 5th century, has an excerpt from the Alexander Romance B inside of it that talks about this in quite a bit of detail, and we have very early surviving manuscripts from this, right? The land of darkness appears associated with this is Pagan, land of the blessed. So from here, we kind of have it being associated with paradise, right? Clouds, darkness, we have these rivers of paradise, etc. But this older legend, which was entirely pagan, this is the pagan legend. This was when it was Christianized. When it was a pagan legend, this, of course, is a pagan land of the blessed, because the blessed here are in a pagan context. And there it says, in 2 days we came to a place, and this is Alexander talking. We came to a place where the sun does not rise, and when I wished to instruct and send servants to see where the lands of the blessed were, Callisthenes, my friend, advised me to approach with 40 friends and 100 youths and 1,200 soldiers, and we advanced 15 miles. When we advanced 15 miles, 2 birds with human faces met us, and they were larger than our birds at home. And they were crying from above in Greek, Why do you tread on the earth looking for the home of the gods? For you are not able to set foot in the blessed islands of the skies. Why do you struggle to rise to heaven, which is not within your power? So we kind of have this semi-heavenly place, and we have a dwelling of the gods and all the rest of this stuff. And this guy came before it got Christianized and turned into Eden. It was the Isles of the Blessed in all of the early Alexander romances, right? So in the Syriac homily, we have the same thing. We talked about that last time. It is the poem, which is also from the 6th century. It's a 6th century poem that has a lot of details from an original that had to be at the latest before 380 AD. So both Syriac homily and the Syriac legend have to be copied off of an original before 380 AD, whenever Rome became officially Christian, right? And when he had come to the country which was the land of darkness, while yet there were 10 parsangs distant from the place, don't know how to say that measurement, distance measurement, forgot to look it up. Anyway, one wise old man who knew mysteries said to the king, Reveal to me the mystery, and hide not it from me. What is thy quest in the land of the darkness? What will it profit thee? And what hast thou come to the land in which there is no light? The king said, I have heard that therein is the fountain of life, and I desire greatly to go forth and see it. If of a truth it is there. The old man said, There are many fountains in the country, and no man knoweth which is the fountain of the water of life. So again, we have these islands of the blessed, which become Eden, and suddenly now we have a fountain of life that's coming from those rivers of Eden now, because again, this is a Christianized version of it, right? So here he goes in the same one, he's looking around, and this old man gives him instructions and tells him to command thy cook to take with him a salt fish, and wherever he sees a fountain of water, let him wash the fish. And if it be that it comes to life in his hands when he washes it, that is the fountain of the water of life which thou askest. So basically, take a dead salted fish, stick it in these different water places, and if it comes to life and is able to swim, then that's it. You found the fountain of life, right? The king does this, tells him all of this, and then he adds, "Reveal to me and show me which is the fountain when thou hast found it." Didn't feel like rereading all of that. I didn't think you wanted to say it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
it is
that,
the
I mean,
Persian.
that kind of,
Yeah, go
it
ahead.
kind of makes sense, right? That if there was a magic fountain that brought things to life, if you put a dead fish in it, I guess it would come to life.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess it makes some sense, right? So Phil says to feel free to take screenshots, make links, and take notes, people. Absolutely. Take the material, use it. If you are looking for inspiration for a YouTube channel or something, you can create clips from these shows or other apologist shows, other Christian apologists. Make some short form content so that it will be more digestible for people. You're absolutely welcome to do that. And we did have what I don't know if is supposed to be a refutation or what, but Alyssa on Fire says Dhul Qarnayn wasn't Islam. He didn't circumcise.
Well, all of the all of the Muslims say that he was. Oddly, they just decide that he really did circumcise, even though he definitely didn't. So
Yeah,
anyway,
and I
yeah.
mean, I don't think you were making any claim about him being a
No, no.
Muslim.
I think that she's pointing out that
Yeah, so this could be
yeah,
taken either way, right? It could be that the
I don't
Muslim belief is false, or it could
right.
be, well, you see, Dhul-Qarnayn couldn't be Alexander the Great. It must have been someone else, right? As they
Yeah.
sometimes say. So
Well,
I'm not sure how to take this, um,
yeah.
which is why I brought it
I
up.
think I don't think that she's a Muslim, but uh,
Okay,
I could be mistaken. Could
and
be not paying attention.
yeah, yeah. Jesus Spot says September 1st. There's a big party on this channel. I wonder what he's referring to. I have no idea.
Right. So there, so there's all of this hoop-de-hoo adventures, etc. And finally, they arrive in the land of darkness, and this dude's and this cook's going around to wash things. So, and when the cook came to water, he alighted and began to wash the salt fish. The funny capitals are because this was poetry, and I didn't, change them all into prose formatting whenever I copied and pasted it. Right. He came to wash the salt fish, and it did not come to life in his hand, as had been said. Finally, he came to a fountain in which was the water of life, and he drew near to wash the fish in the water, and it came to life and escaped. The faulty one feared lest the king would require at his hand that he should return to him the fish, which came to life without impediment. And he leaped down into the water to catch it, but he was not able. And he went up from the fountain to tell the king that he had found the fountain of life. He cried out, and they heard him not. And he went to the mountain, and then they heard him. Then the king rejoiced that he had heard the fountain. He went back to bathe in it as he had asked. He went to the mountain in the darkness, but he did not stand upon it, and it was not granted to him by the Lord that he should live forever. So basically, the cook has washed the fish, finally comes to life in one of these, and it swims away. He's like, I found it. So he's like, guys, it's over here, it's over here. And nobody can hear him. So he has to go and find them. And now the king's like, yeah, cool, I'm going to go bathe in it. I'm going to live forever. And what happened, he couldn't find it again. This is what's happening here. King can't find it again, right? So it was not granted to him by the Lord that he should live forever, and he was grieved about this even unto death. And when the old roan saw that he was afflicted with grief, he said, the king hath not turned his face away from thee, O king. The man said, let's turn our beasts and let us go forth from here, for the Lord does not wish thee to bathe in the mountain and live forever. So it's like, well, God chose not to let you find this. So sorry, you can't bathe, you can't live forever. And this is, and again, if you go to the Bible, you find out that in Revelation that the river of the water of life flows from under the throne, in which upon which is God and the Lamb. So that's a Trinitarian picture of the Holy Spirit, which has also been symbolized as water, right? Together with the Father and the Son. And there's and then the holy saints who come symbolically wash their robes in the water of life and are going to live forever. This is all a vision. It's not meant to be literal at all. Heaven is something other than which we can experience as we are now or even really understand, right? So,
So a couple
so
quick
that's where it
comments
really
here.
comes from. These ideas come from. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So Ben says that Alexander, Zoroaster, Buddha, they're all Muslims. At least if you ask Shabir Ali, right? He says,
Yep.
who knows? They might be Muslims. Anyone in history might have been a Muslim, because we know that there was 120,000 prophets and we only know about 20 of them. So it could be anyone. Anyone could have been a prophet of Allah. And Nur, once again, as always, is not remotely paying attention to what's going on, because she says, to answer what you're talking about, Dhul Qarnayn is the King Cyrus. Well, great. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're not talking about who is Dhul Qarnayn. So why don't you turn on your volume and actually listen to what's being said? Let's just say, for the sake of argument, even though it's an incredibly stupid claim, that Dhul Qarnayn is King Cyrus. Doesn't have any bearing on what's being said right now.
So
everything being said would still be accurate.
So let's bring up what True Path said, if you would, please, because he's not really understanding what's going on here. So no, it cannot be used against biblical stories. Now, if a huge cataclysmic flood occurred, and that's really the only story that you can point to as existing in other societies, and exists in practically every other society has a flood story, one would think that people would remember it. Of all the things that happened, if the whole world was destroyed except for a few people, you would think that people would remember it. However that came about, that would be something that would be remembered. So you would have many different versions of a historical actual event. The issue is this is not a historic actual event in the minds of anyone, except for suddenly in the Quran, it's a fictional event. And this is also supposed to have been Moses, who has taken a fish to two seas, and at the junction, the special place at the junction, washes them and it comes to life and swim away. No, it is not, and even vaguely like the Gilgamesh and Noah argument.
So let's.
Well, I think he has heard.
Right. Well, let's just look at this analogy, right? He said, the relationship between Alexander and Dhul Qarnayn is like that between Gilgamesh and Noah. So what you're suggesting is that just as Dhul Qarnayn is a fictionalization of Alexander, that Noah is a fictionalization of the fictional character Gilgamesh. Yeah, that makes total sense. So, and if the relationship's the same, right, then Noah is a historical story, or a distortion of a historical story. No one's saying that Alexander is not historical. That's not the argument at all. So you clearly don't even understand the argument being made. You're suggesting because Gilgamesh is fictional, that Noah therefore would be fictional too. No one's suggesting Dhul Qarnayn or Alexander is fictional. I really have no clue what you think you're trying to do, other than throw around some words that you have no clue. And he said, but respectfully, I've never seen an argument for Dhul Qarnayn copying Alexander that couldn't be used by atheists for Noah's story copying Gilgamesh.
Yeah, I think you've never actually read Gilgamesh.
Well, no one's making an argument that Dhul Qarnayn copies Alexander. That's not what anyone is talking about at all. The point is that Muhammad copies legends about Alexander and puts them off as historical events. No, and then if you actually bother to read Gilgamesh, it really doesn't have anything to do with the story of Noah, other than there being a flood, like Mary pointed out. But again, let's just say that Noah is somehow a fictional story because it copies a different story. That's not what's being said about Alexander. Are you not paying any attention whatsoever?
Let me try to clarify again. So there was a real live person named Alexander the Great. Okay. He lived, he died, we know about him. After he lived, died, and we knew about him, there was also a novel that was super popular and had several different versions that were written at different times. These novels had many made up pretend events. Now, if what the Quran did was say, you asked me about the one who went from the east to the west, um, people call him Dhul Qarnayn, and then say he was an unbeliever and a pagan who conquered. Even if it said the whole world, that would be fine because that would fit within the kind of literary context of the time. Like he was a pagan who conquered the whole world, and he put to shame the Persians and destroyed the works of Pharaoh. If he'd said that, right, then that would be accurate. It would be correct. So you can tell a correct story about a real historical event, right? And you can also take a story from fiction and take that direct story into and incorporate into your own event. So, again, what people who believe the Bible say is that there was a real flood, and whether or not it was regional or global, it was extremely traumatic for many people. Some people were saved through it via a ship of some sort, a boat of some sort, right? Some people were saved through it via a boat. If you are a Christian, this is what you believe. If you are a Muslim, this is what you should believe, right? Saying that, oh, other people talk about the same event. If it's a historical event, then they would. Noah is not literarily dependent on anything in the Gilgamesh story. He did not live forever afterwards. He did not get eternal life. He didn't know the secrets of the world. He didn't have all of this arcane knowledge. He did not move to remote islands somewhere. He didn't have all of these powers. He was just a man, and he lived and he died, right? Just like anyone else.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I mean, the only thing that he could actually argue,
mm-hmm.
the only thing he could actually argue is that it's an accurate history of Alexander the Great. That's the only thing he could actually argue here, which is not remotely what he's doing. So Nur says the level of response that you give is just embarrassing. Tell me if you're trying to say Dhul Qarnayn is an unbelieving Greek whose name is Alexander the Great. Not remotely what we're saying, Nur. Stop coming into the middle of the streams, making up arguments that have been advanced in your mind, and then saying those arguments are stupid. If you're not going to listen to the stream, keep your mouth shut. Okay? Very simple. Now, one more comment here from True Path. He said exactly, it's a post hoc fallacy, Thaddeus. You can apply same reasoning to Noah and flood.
No, I've already
Stop using terms you have no clue what you're talking about. You clearly have no idea what a post hoc fallacy is. A post hoc fallacy is where you take the evidence and then make it fit your conclusion after the fact. Like you deciding that the Dhul Qarnayn story must be legitimate because the Quran's legitimate, and then forcing it to fit the facts.
Now,
you obviously don't know what the term means. I'm sorry.
If you begin at all to treat this with the Quran with any level of seriousness whatsoever, the only thing you can say is that because the Quran matches the story, the fictionalized life of Alexander the Great, not the real life. The fictionalized story of Alexander the Great is the true story and is the true history. We know this absolutely is not the case. We do not have something with Noah that matches in great detail all of the elements of Gilgamesh, the Epic of Gilgamesh, that therefore means that the Epic of Gilgamesh must be true. Even the Upshantihim, or whatever his name is, the figure who made it through the flood, he doesn't match Noah, like in any significant way. There aren't elements from his story that line up one after another, after another, after another. Now, There's also the fact that all the surviving copies of the Epic of Gilgamesh are all pretty late, and they're post the age of Moses, which is I don't think that there are any surviving ones from before Moses' lifetime. I may be mistaken, but I do not think that there are. I think that they're like Babylonian or something like that, but not super early Babylonian. The fullest ones that have all of those details in the Epic of Gilgamesh. But I would have to double check that because it's been a long time since I've read it. So you do not have this one-to-one correspondence of particular events and details that line up extremely well. Now, what's happening here is that this is not supposed to be Alexander the Great, the fictionalized one, who's doing these things. It's not supposed to be Dhul Qarnayn. Who's it supposed to be? It's supposed to be Moses. Moses is being assigned all the same activities as Dhul Qarnayn in the land of darkness, okay? So here in Syriac homily, he doesn't get what he wants. He doesn't get to live forever. Very sad. So now here in the Alexander Romance B, and you can find these texts and discussion of these things in two different articles. One is called Beware of Dim Cooks and Cunning Snakes, which is pretty funny, and A Watery Folktale in the Alexander Romance. I really think you need to read both of them to have a good view, because one of them kind of goes out on a limb and makes a few silly assertions that really the other one walks back and goes, no, let's not be ridiculous. But the text is from one of these. I forget which one. They're both easily available online. You can find out which one. But anyway, so here's Alexander talking again. This is in a different form. The last one was Syriac homily. This is the Alexander Romance B, which is estimated to have been first written in this form in either the 4th or the 5th century. Remember Muhammad, 7th century, right? Having become hungry, I wanted to take some food, and having called my cook, I said to him, prepare something to eat. And he, having taken a dried fish, went to the shining water of the spring to wash the food. And the moment it was put in the water, it came to life and escaped out of the cook's hands, and all the places there had water. And my cook revealed to no one what had happened. So you notice the difference. There's a difference in the stories here, right? Alexander then proceeds on his way until he is stopped by two human-headed birds once again. One asks him why he walks where God alone is allowed, and then tells him to seek the land granted him. You notice that this one's slightly less pagan than the version of the Alexander Romance B that was put into the Armenian one. Was a little bit more pagan, because here we only have one God, right? And rather than the land of the gods. Doesn't say which god. It's still a pagan text. It's just kind of a generic god to make it just a little bit less embarrassingly pagan, right? Where God alone is allowed, and then tells him to seek the land granted to him, to which the other bird adds, the kingdom of Porus will be made subject to your victory, etc., etc. Alexander turns, he leaves the land of darkness, and just as he ends the letter, this is a particular letter he's writing, he notes, and so then my cook described how the food had come to life. Angered, I punished him. So he finds out at the end that the food had come to life. And whereas before, because the cook told him right away, there's no need to punish him. Okay. Now, this got embroidered over time, and this is absolutely free. It's still in the first millennium that these evolutions occurred, but we're not quite sure exactly when. And it most likely, I believe, happened quite a bit before before Islam got its hands on the material, Muhammad got its hands on the material, because of some really interesting details here. So here they are. They're marching out. The birds with the human faces show up again, right? You've got to return. You cannot tread on the islands of the blessed again. Then it says, because of what happened, Alexander knows that he has indeed come to the end of the earth. So we have an assertion that indeed he has come to the end of the earth. Then he erects a great arch. There's an inscription that instructs future visitors with directions to the land of blessed. Like, hey, you want to go try to go there too? Knock yourselves out, I guess. Okay, so at this date, this extra ending was added onto it. And this extra ending took the myth of Glaucus, and that word means green or blue, but mostly green. It's a Glaucus color is a more greeny color than blue. It's the word that they had before they had a distinct word for blue, for either blue or green. So now we have a green man again, right? Same name as before. Glaucus, the green man, he was born a fisherman in ancient myths. And he finds an herb that revives dead fish and then eats it and becomes immortal as a sea deity. This is the original version of the myth, not the version in the tale, right? But likely due to the story of the fish reviving, people went, like they were reminded of that really old legend. And so, uh, in this really old legend, it 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 has him uh, drinking some of the water himself, like sneaking it and drinking it, and then giving it some of it to the daughter of Alexander. And then they both get cursed whenever Alexander finds out that they've done this. And he becomes a demon of the sea, and she becomes a mermaid, a Nereid demon, right? And there had been this particular very popular myth that had been circulating before this point about how if you go out to a certain area in this ocean, we will find out, you'll find a mermaid there who will say, does Alexander the Great still live? And if you say yes, she will sing beautifully and be happy. If you say no, she'll kill you. Now, why people actually know that she will kill you and destroy you if you say no, and how they reported this faithfully, goodness knows. But that's the legend that emerged. So this took kind of these two different legends, one of Glaucus and one of this mermaid, and merged them together. Now, Alexander the Great, as someone noted, he does not have a daughter at all. Does not have a daughter. He had an infant son who got whacked soon after he was born because Alexander had died young, and so his generals took over and disposed of his child, and all claimed innocence. So we're not really sure who killed him off, but he went away. So,
And Peter 2 asks how Alexander ended up being an Abdul prophet, and that's what we're going over today, right?
right.
That's exactly what you're showing.
So here again, this was even Moses. Moses is apparently doing all the same things that Alexander the Great did here. So let's look at this again, right? So there's, and it was Shaitan that made them forget. So we have this idea of forgetting where it was, and so they can't find it. And then we have, and then as they're trying to find it, they get waylaid by the Green Man. Now, in this story, that cook becomes the Green Man eventually in late versions of it, right? Yeah, we buffered for just a second, but I think we're good now. So in these versions, they got, but the cook, like only in the very end of the story does he suddenly acquire the name Glaucus, and he acquires the name Andreas, and then becomes Adreus, and becomes the Adriatic Sea. But he has all the characteristics of this character, Al-Qidr. So, yeah, tell everybody that we're back if folks haven't reloaded yet. So, again.
Yeah, so True Path, he says, I'm listening, but I'd like to discuss you personally. Believe the comparison wasn't the same. We will open this up for calls at the end, and you're welcome to call in and we can have that discussion. But let's be honest, you haven't read any of the Alexander literature, you haven't read Genesis, and you haven't read Gilgamesh. So how could you possibly have an educated opinion about whether they're the same or not? All you're doing is repeating a line.
Yep. So something that's really interesting in the Islamic materials is a connection between Dhul Qarnayn and the Green Man, which you shouldn't have if this is Moses, and then he has these adventures with the Green Man. Why on earth is the Green Man associated with Dhul Qarnayn? It's because this cook figure kind of got duplicated. He's a servant and also this Green Man in this legend, and so Muhammad was actually transitioning between one set of legends to another, and as he did so, he got mixed up with the green man and didn't know a name to give this figure in this next legend, so he just gave him the green man as a name, right? So that's what actually happened. But this connection should not be here between Moses, who lived 13th century BC, or if you take the early date, 15th century BC, and Dhul Qarnayn, whose story is all from 330 BC, the 4th century BC. Like, they're hundreds and hundreds of years apart. Why do they have this dude who is supposed to be his advisor who's talking to Moses, right? So we have one particular guy talking about the supposed meeting between Dhul Qarnayn and Khidr. This is not established. There's a lengthy narration that mentions the attempt by Dhul Qarnayn and Khidr to locate the spring of life. Wow, really? Really? Hafiz ibn Asakir disregards this narration because the clear signs it indicate is very weak and thus not reliable, aka it's extremely embarrassing. This alleged meeting has been refuted by more than one scholar as well, and the even stranger encounter with the bird that posed some questions to him. Where did that have we met birds who talk? I think we just met some birds who talk. Yeah, Thaddeus? So they're meeting birds who talk.
Yeah. Yep.
So
we definitely did.
Yeah, so
and it's not open to debate, so there's no point in opening that up. But
right, that's basically what they're saying. Ibn Hajar, al-Asqalani, etc. He's looked at where Dhul Qarnayn was mentioned in the Quran and indicated that he is mentioned in close proximity to the incident of Prophet Musa and its counter with the green man. Really? He close proximity, huh? Maybe that's because those Jews went, he's stealing stories from these legends of Alexander the Great. This is a fictionalized account from these fictional stories of Alexander the Great and saying that Moses did them. Why don't we ask him a question where he has to talk about what Alexander the Great did and expose him, right? Anyway, Prophet Musa lived a long time prior to Prophet Isa. The meeting with Khidr gives way to another debate among Muslim scholars, which deals with whether or not Khidr is still alive. Many have rejected the possibility of him being alive, but others have not. But you notice that they kind of got this squashed together too, because that's where it came from. Now the question is, do the Jews know that this story of the fish is supposed to be about Alexander the Great? And if they think that there is a fish story associated with Alexander the Great, do they think that he is a pagan or a prophet? Also important. So the Talmud has all sorts of funny fictional things that are squashed into it, and this is one of them. With regard to Alexander, the Gemara, that's like the council, the main council who relate the Mishnah, right? They relate, when he took himself and went on his way, he sat at a certain spring and was eating bread. He had a salted fish in his hands, and while he cleansed them of their excessive salt, a particularly pleasant fragrance fell upon them. Now, this is important. This pleasant fragrance is supposed to be something that is indicative of something holy, right? Alexander said to himself, I may conclude from this event that the spring comes from the Garden of Eden. So this one rejects the idea that the fish comes alive, but he goes, oh, well, he knows about it because of this wonderful fragrance he had. So they're kind of trying to correct this myth and turn it into a different myth, right? There are those who say he took from those waters and washed his face, and there are those who say he ascended along the entire spring until he reached the Garden of Eden. He raised a loud voice, crying, open the gate for me. The sentry of the Garden of Eden said to him, this is gate of the Lord. The righteous shall enter into it. Since you are not righteous, you may not enter. He said to them, I too am worthy as I am king. I am very important. If I will not be admitted, at least give me something from inside. They gave him one eyeball. He brought it, and he weighed all the gold and silver that he had against the eyeball, and yet riches did not balance against the eyeball's greater weight. So something, one little bit from inside of the paradise, one tiny bit of a holy person is worth more than all the riches of all the kings, is basically what this is. And this is not even really understood by the Jews as being something that factually happened. It's seen as a kind of an illustration or a midrash or something like that, right? So not all the Jews would say that this actually really happened, but rather that this is the kind of thing that if that had happened, this is what would have really happened, right? So it talks about though he is not good, he is rather from, he is not righteous. He's not one of the righteous ones. And Alexander the Great conquered landlocked territories, but he also conquered lots of areas that had seas, and people carried salted fish with them all the time. They were like pieces of board, hard as a rock, would last for years. Revolting, but people ate them.
So Dr. Whitemead asks, isn't this the guy who said to Google the Catholic website because they existed?
It's on their website. Don't go like this. It's on their website.
P. Loco says, in reference to Nur here, when an Abdul is not spamming, when is an Abdul not spamming? See, Thaddeus's tactic is to spam because he's not yet convinced of what he says, so he spams because he needs confirmation, and then Nur spams right after that. All these sources, including the legends of Alexander, their extant works or manuscripts, came after Islam in 9th century during Abbasid time. Okay, first of all, Nur, even if all of these things were written after the Quran, that doesn't mean that the Quran couldn't have copied from the same or drawn from the same cultural milieu as the stories. So that's not even a factor in whether or not copying is going on. Just because something is written down later doesn't necessarily mean that it was also created later.
Hang on, Nur is making a point here that whenever Muhammad says, or the Quran says, it is providing a dhikr, what it means is that it's not providing a dhikr, that's getting new revelation that never existed before, that is not answering the questions of people who are asking honest questions, and instead is just telling about things they don't know anything about, because people ask questions about people they've never heard of. Like, I could ask a question about someone whose name I don't even know, and I don't know their story, and I don't know anything about them. That's logical. So Nur, what you're doing is you're saying the Quran is false to try to save it. You can't do this. Now, the Talmud, honey buns, is from 350 to 400 AD.
Way before the Quran.
There is no doubt. Long before the Quran, all of these things were written down before the Quran came into existence. And yes, and certain things, we are missing an earlier common form between two of them. There is an earlier common form that the Syriac homily and the Syriac legend take from that's even older. It has to be from before the time that Rome became officially Christian. Christianity became the official religion of Rome, and Rome was still pagan. Because it
now, second of all, right? So that's point number one. Even if it was actually written later, that wouldn't mean that the Quran wasn't copying from existing stories. And as Mary pointed out, in fact, it had to be telling existing stories for the Quran to be true. So for you to say these stories didn't exist before the Quran was written is rather ridiculous. Number two, we don't determine when a book was written by when the first manuscript that exists. Are you saying that Plato's writings didn't happen until the late Middle Ages? That Plato didn't exist, I guess? Or maybe he was born in the Middle Ages, because that's when the oldest manuscripts we have of them are. So by your logic, Plato must have been copying from the Quran. Come on now. This isn't how we determine when a story was written. Number three, even if everything you were saying was true, the Quran still contains false information. It doesn't matter if it copied it from somewhere else or not. It's false information. This is not accurate information.
And I didn't include this because it's rejected by most Islamic scholars. But one of the things that's said about the sun setting in a muddy pool, um, that it passes through hellfire before coming back up. And then they say, no, no, that's not true. Well, what's really interesting is that the Talmud engages with the same idea in the same context. It says that Gehenna, which is Jahannam, which is hellfire, is above the heavens, and some say it is beyond the mountains of darkness. So here we have another denial that the sun travels through hellfire in its circulation. So it's another nice thing that pulls things together, right?
Mhm.
So now we get to talk about the ways in which Muslims run from the evidence. The evidence that first they mostly just ignore the Moses because people don't bring it up. They don't say, "Hey, this is the story of the fish. This is the story that's in the Talmud, for heaven's sake. It's in the Talmud, as well as in these other things, and it's attributable to Alexander the Great, and it's stolen from these fictional accounts of this fictional version of Alexander the Great." They don't even engage with that. So it's really clear that he stole from Alexander the Great. He got challenged to talk about him in a clever way. And then he freaked out because he was caught. And he eventually decided to tell parts of the story and just leave out the fish bit, even though that was one of the important elements in this version of the story. And so, um, and so we'll talk about all the other ways in which they try to uh, incorporate this. So, Yasin, I hope that this is going to be helpful to you here because we're going to talk about how the Islamic folks react to this, right? So,
Mhm.
more recent Muslim
Yeah, so
scholars.
to
Go
read
ahead.
the comment that you're responding there,
Oh, sorry.
Yasin says, I'm a Muslim, but I'm hanging on the fence in leaving the religion. I'm glad that you are here. If you want to talk privately, you can email me. My email is in the description box.
Yep.
And then one other comment here from Furinkazan, who used the highlight function. Reminder, if you read that, you use the highlight function, that's like a super chat in that it pops up at the top of my screen and I see it automatically, whereas I don't necessarily see every other comment. The whole implying the Quran is wrong in order to defend it tactic that the Muslims have been doing lately is pretty funny. I guess they know deep down Allah is indeed a buffoon. And I would have to agree with that. But Islam is such a strange religion. I never encounter anyone of any other belief system that is constantly trying to undermine their own sources, telling me how false all their sources are in order to tell me that their religion is true. Every time I quote an Islamic source, there'll be a Muslim saying that that is a fabricated story, was made up by Muslims and carried passed by Muslims and believed by Muslims all the way up until the last 20 years when it became embarrassing. But this is why you should believe in Islam, because you can just throw any story you want out, I guess.
So, some very recent Muslim scholars began uh, trying to emphasize the aspects of the stories that don't match the historical Alexander the Great. Oh, Alexander the Great didn't even ever visit Derbend. How could he build the gates there? Whenever I showed previously that originally it was the the Caspian gates were just an area that he walked through, and then it was applied to a certain very narrow pass that it claimed that he built a wall across, and then only later, after the invasion of the Khazars, did it get transferred magically to Derbend, which doesn't even match the descriptions in the legends. So the legends were actually talking about the second site, the narrow pass, whereas later people got confused, including Muslims, and thought that it was Derbend because there had been a successful invasion through there. I'm not sure why someone actually coming through there would make it the gates of Alexander. It makes no sense. But since nobody's supposed to go through there, right? And it's also, made of stone. But whatever, we're good. We're good. So uh, when they're asked about the fictional Alexander, they'll emphasize that Islamic accretions that happened long after the Quran that they don't match, right? So there are stories about Dhul Qarnayn in Islamic sources that make it impossible for him to be Alexander the Great of the romances. Well, just because the romances never make specifically Islamic additions to their fictional stories doesn't make the source something else, right? So if I took Harry Potter from J.K. Rowling and I add extra chapters that contradicts parts of Rowling's books, that wouldn't make my book about someone else in the fictional Harry Potter, right? If I add some extra Harry Potter fanfic, it's still Harry Potter fanfic. It doesn't change the source. There are
Exactly.
extra things that added on later in the tradition, right? The Muslims also
Yeah,
attempt to confuse
and
dates.
well, real quick here from Nur. So, uh, Nur says they asked the question about Cyrus, the
No,
Gentile
I'm
king,
going to talk about
chosen
it.
one by God. Blah 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 blah. Well, I brought this up for a reason. As Farinkazan says, well, if that's true, then Muhammad failed by attributing a bunch of legends about Alexander to Cyrus,
Yeah.
and and then
No,
she continued to
there are
insist that
no
there's a
parallels.
parallel.
Noor, give me the actual parallels between Dhul Qarnayn and Cyrus. What are the parallels?
Hmm.
Did
Yep.
Cyrus see the sun setting in a muddy spring?
Hmm. So, Nur, we want evidence, not just claims. You keep making claims and then you repeat them, but you're not actually helping yourself at all by
No.
claiming that it's Cyrus. All you're saying is that all the arguments we're making, all we have to do is change the name Alexander to Cyrus, and they're the exact same arguments. You have done absolutely nothing to defend your pathetic religion. And as Houston says, you're claiming that Muhammad failed the challenge in a different way, but that he still failed it.
Yeah.
So you're not
So
helping yourself.
so Muslim scholars will attempt to like make things really confused. So deliberately or accidentally, Muslims confuse the surviving translation of the Alexander Romance. That's the Pseudo-Callisthenes, which was originally composed before 221 AD for the A version, and the 5th century AD, so the 400s AD for the B version, right? They're confusing the surviving translation into Syriac, which probably happened in the 8th or 9th century from Arabic. So the Syriac translation went from Greek probably to Arabic to Syriac, okay? And the Syriac version finally began circulating into the 8th and 9th centuries, okay? So they're confusing that with the composition of the Syriac legend and the Syriac homily, which are two other texts that also have uh, some of the same and some of the different uh, materials. So these are different writings. It's like confusing uh, J.K. Rowling's actual Harry Potter series with whatever that book is that she published after it in the same world, right? And you
Hmm.
find out that that the original books were not translated into Kurdish, right? Until a late date. And then you go, haha, that's when she wrote that second book there, right? No, no, it's not. That's when it was translated into Kurdish. So they think that because it's Syriac and it's about Alexander that they're dependent on one another, but they're not. They're not. The Syriac legend and the Syriac homily are dependent on a Greek source from the 4th century, and they are from the 6th century themselves. It's from the 4th century or before, excuse me, 4th century or before. They are both from the 6th century. So if they're not doing this weird tap dance where they're trying to confuse the translation of one particular version with
Hmm.
the composition, which happened much earlier, of very different versions, if they're not trying to confuse these dates and trying to make your head spin and trying to go, haha, but you see, there are these words and it's from Arabic, ha 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 ha. Well, that's a different text that we're talking about. And the parts of the stuff from the romances, They don't have to come from the Syriac because it wasn't originally written in Syriac. These things have been around hundreds of years and been circulating, just people telling the story in Syriac for a long time, even if we don't have a physical translation from that time, may have been written. There may have been written Syriac translations that don't exist anymore. So none of these things relate to one another at all. It's a bad argument, and they're just trying to distract, or they're just really bad at reading.
And as soon as you challenged Nur to bring a fact to back any of their baseless claims, she said that she was leaving now. Shocking, I'm sure.
So Robin ran away, away, when danger reared its ugly head. So Robin bravely turned and fled. Yes.
So Malcolm has a perfect comment here. Muslims make a claim, then they provide evidence by making the same claim again. And that is very true. That's what Nur's been doing, right? She keeps saying something, and then I'm like, bring evidence, and she says the exact same words again. However, Yasin says, I am sincere, love you all here, respect person. I was a Muslim without knowledge, but I had to see if it was the truth. So I digged into the Quran and had many hate, killing, polytheism. I didn't respect that. And
Yep.
good job. Good job. As they say, a person who reads the Quran is a Muslim. A person who understands the Quran is an ex-Muslim.
So they also are, we're not entirely, so they alternatively, the other trick that they try to do is that they depend on a wrong date of 629 for the Syriac legend. And that date was made by scholars who don't understand what the prophecy was and why there were 3 dates and why there was a third one coming, and it had to be in the future from whenever they were writing, and why that was the end of the world. The reason that it was in that future date is because that future time was supposed to usher in the millennial kingdom, in which Rome, who is officially the Byzantines were supposed to be the true successors of Rome in this particular version. And then they claim that the Syriac homily is dependent on it, but Rome is a pagan nation in the Syriac homily, not the true successor of Alexander at all whatsoever. The homily is not textually dependent on the Syriac legend. They are textually dependent on a common source, which is very similar, but also not the same as either one. So here is an example of the kind of thing that they're claiming is a prophecy, that they're claiming is an actual prophecy, that's like about a particular date. So imagine if there was a prophecy about the invasion of, or rather, of Lithuania. I changed it and I didn't change my text. Sorry. A prophecy about the invasion of Lithuania. The Golden Horde will invade Lithuania in 1938 and fight the Poles. Then the true era of Rome will come and usher in the millennial kingdom. Now, there are so many things wrong with this. If you know actual World War II history, what actually happened is Lithuania was an independent country. No one would be coming in and fighting Poles in Lithuania at that particular, it had been since the 15th century. Nobody would be coming into Lithuania to fight Poles. That makes no sense. Then it was invaded by Germany in 1940. There's no true era of Rome. There's an invasion that's happening about the right time, but all the wrong people are involved. Now, that's the same kind of thing is happening with them attributing this Syriac legend to that particular date. Scholars with sense would realize that this had to have been written before the Golden Horde ended and before Lithuania was separate from Poland. Now, a stupid scholar would go, someone invaded Lithuania around 1938, so it must have been within a couple of years afterwards after that. Like, that makes no sense. You wouldn't get all of these incredibly important details totally wrong. And that's what is happening in the Syriac legend if it was written right after the invasion. If it was written in 629 or right after the invasion, you wouldn't make 629 the end of the world when the invasion happened instead of in 629 when it's supposed to. It happened 3 years earlier. You got the date wrong. And the people invaded were the wrong people. said the Huns would invade. Well, the Khazars invaded, and they're not even mentioned anywhere in the legend. You would think that the people killing you would be people that you would get right, but apparently not. They also did not invade through the correct pass for it to be the historical place where that was historically associated with where Alexander the Great was supposed to build it. So it's just really, really bad scholarship and not understanding about the theology of the millennial kingdom, and the fact that there happened to be invasion around that date is just, it's just happen chance. It's happenstance. There have been a lot of invasions. It's happenstance that there was an invasion around that event, but it's just very, very silly. So
Yeah, and again, I'm going to point out again that even if it came from 629, that would in no way mean that it was borrowed from the Quran, because it clearly isn't borrowed from the Quran. It has completely different details and far more information, which suggests that the source that it draws from is similar to or the same as the source the Quran draws from, and thus would tell you absolutely nothing about the textual dependency of the Quran. People are a little too obsessed about, oh, this was written in this date, which one is always speculation. No one really knows the exact date something is written. And two is rather irrelevant towards whether literary borrowing occurred or not. You can tell that far better by analyzing the text than by supposedly figuring out when this was written.
yeah. So anyway, I explained why the homily can't be the origin, because it doesn't always introduce things correctly. That's a characteristic of derivative texts. The homily can't be from the legend because the homily has tons more material events and doesn't mess up the Smith detail that the legend messes up. And it also misses the main point of the legend altogether. You wouldn't miss the main point of the legend altogether if you're taking from it. That is your source. Because of its form, the legend should
and all those
really
things, right?
Yeah.
All those things you just said are things that are actually relevant to determining what sourced what. Whereas saying, oh, someone said that this was written in this year, therefore it couldn't have anything in common with the Quran, is just complete nonsense.
Yeah, and then the legend also can't be original because there's this long anecdote about 700 or 7,000 Egyptian smiths are acquired, and then it promptly forgets why, that he already has these 7,000 smiths hanging around, and he goes out and he finds 3,000 of one type and 3,000 another because he forgot that he has them. And that's another issue whenever you're going off of another text and you're not paying attention. You're like, and then he commanded the smiths, and you're like, oh, why is he commanding smiths? I better say how he got them. It's like, well, no, it did say, you just forgot that you were copying that just now, right? It's probably not from the homily for that reason. That's too prominent a part in the homily for you to really miss. It's like really in your face that he took the smiths from Egypt, like it really says in your face why. And again, Rome's pagan. There's a common source that predates it, that has to predate it. So even if the legend is from if the legend itself is from 629, it doesn't matter because there is a common source that has to be from when Rome is still pagan. So, but what if, forget all this. What if the legend is the original and is from 629? So Muhammad was still asked about something that should be verifiable as a test. It must be already known. The Quran is still a dhikr. This means that it's retelling something that exists. The Quran is demonstrably textually dependent on the legend. It has confused elements that you only understand when seeing the original context. That's very common of a derivative text, that they say something muddled and then you read the original and you're like, oh, that's what was meant there, right? That would mean that this part of the Quran was written after 629. If that was the first time it was ever written down, then it would have to be written considerably after, most likely after the conquest of Persia. They heard these old materials and then they incorporated it into this Quran that they were making up from whole text. Now, I don't believe that that is what's happening here, okay? I don't believe that it's from 629, but if you go with that, then the Quran is a fabrication. It's a particularly dumb one because this fake Muhammad is still caught out and still screws things up. But that's where you end up. If you want to go with the scholars who say that it's 629, you have to agree with them that the Quran takes from it and is long after this date. This does not help you Muslims. It destroys any semblance of historicity of Muhammad himself. So I'm actually being
that's
more
actually a very good point.
Yeah, I'm defending that Muhammad really did have a dhikr, and it really is from something that exists. And the thing that exists, the only thing that exists that matches this, are these legends of this fictionalized version of Alexander the Great. So another proof of textual dependence are the ahadith about the sun bowing and the sun setting in a muddy pool. That's a stinky muddy pool. It's textually connected to the legend and homily through the chain of isnad, right? Through the isnad to each other, so, or to the legend homily textually, and through the isnad to each other. So they're told by the same person with about essentially the same event, right? And yet the sun bowing is not explicitly in the Quran. Okay? So you have another detail from the ahadith, one of which matches both Quran and legend. The other matches only legend. Okay? That means that hadith, that the Quran and the hadith have that same common source in the legend and through Muhammad's retelling of it in various forms, right? To fabricate both the Quran and the hadith in the late 7th century would take a high degree of coordination to make these two things particularly textually match. Most likely, these are separate witnesses to the same authentic event, which references the story of this legend homily mix-up, right? That actually provides evidence that Muhammad was real, but the entire story proves that Muhammad was a false prophet because he was giving as scripture, because the dhikr means the reminder of Allah's book. So this has to be a reminder of something that the Jews knew, and, or the questioners. If you want to throw out all the hadith, fine. But it's a reminder of something that those questioners knew, and it's a dhikr, which has to be a reminder of Allah's book. And you can't have...
Yeah, so that was actually a really good...
Yeah.
That was actually a really good point you made, that, you know, when in their desperation to say, well, this is written in 629, therefore it can't have anything to do with the Quran. They're pre-assuming that the Quran is written before then, which isn't necessarily true, right? That, as you pointed out, that could just be evidence that the Quran was written well after the purported time of Muhammad. That's certainly a logical possibility. So very interesting that Muslims never consider the implications of their stupid arguments.
So let's take a few questions for a while. I'll be right back, but I'll be...
Oh, sure. Just put me on the spot. Yasin says, I'll stay in contact. Great. I'm glad you're here, like I said before. Carol B said, if those Qurans were written after the Quran, the authors must have met the Quran challenge and written a surah better than the Quran. And it also is very odd that they, you know, made up a story about how Muhammad was tested by these things that is very embarrassing to Muhammad, that, you know, he's given this test and then he just forgot to say inshallah, and thus Allah embarrassed him for the next 15 days as he desperately looked around for anyone who knew the answer to the questions, finally found some people who kind of sort of knew the answer, and thus put in the Quran, it might have been this, it might have been that, only Allah knows the true answer. This is primarily in reference to the 7 sleepers of Ephesus, but Same idea, right? It's part of the same test. Sunny says, even Harry Potter you can trace back to the books J.K. Rowling read and the TV she watched,
Yeah,
i.e. suggesting that
and
you
like,
can see influences, right? You can see influences even in her writing or any other writing, because,
yeah,
human beings are influenced by previous human beings.
Roald
Very
Dahl,
strange that the,
huge amounts of Roald Dahl in there, huge amounts of Narnia. Yeah, lots of stuff. Yep.
yeah,
Like
so
his
I mean,
writing too. Yeah.
yeah, and that's not to suggest that J.K. Rowling did anything wrong or anything. It's just to suggest that human beings influence other human beings. However, for Allah's eternal word to be influenced by human beings is a bit strange, since human beings didn't exist when Allah created it.
Yeah, especially since, this is, again, supposed to be a dhikr. That means that it's supposed to be of the scripture of Allah. That is how this word is consistently used. That this is a reminder of a revelation that has previously been handed down to people. Someone is asking him a question. Tell me about this guy. Here's a hint. I already know about him. Tell me about him and tell me who he is. This is a test for you. And he goes and he gives an answer that is superficially correct, but he was tricked into giving an answer about a guy who was in no way uh, like a good guy or a holy or anything like that. And all the stories that are being referenced are fictional ones, they're pretend ones. So there is so there are various responses to that. First of all, the Alexander sources were written later. They're copying Dhul Qarnayn, who's someone else. Well, that's clearly impossible. All the elements are pre-Islamic, and we show exactly how clearly they line out. But they're like, oh, they were written later. Okay, fine. Let's pretend that they were written later. But that would make Muhammad a failure because he would have flunked the test that was put before him to reveal something that they knew about through their writings, through their sacred writings, through their scripture. Now, I have heard some Muslims go, oh, you can't know what the Jews would have because they hid all their stuff. No, they didn't, for heaven's sake. They hid things from other people at the time. Right now, you can go and you can take your backside over to safaria.org and find just about everything that Jews have ever considered of religious importance. And
Those are
what
only their
isn't there, you can
non-secret
get more.
writings.
It's not hidden.
That,
Yeah.
those are only their non-secret writings.
Ha!
They have other secret writings that every rabbi knows about, and every rabbi who has left Judaism is too afraid to admit to, or something along those lines. And the proof of this is that the Pope resigned.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they just happen to align up perfectly with the Alexander sources, the Alexander myths, the Alexander popular legends. Just
Mm-hmm.
coincidence that they line up.
And
But,
I did want
but
to
no, they were
apologize.
time traveling and stuff, right?
I did want to apologize for not pronouncing Inshallah correctly. My bad on that. Mojo Dude says carefully discern influence and parallels. Well, I mean, for our purposes, actually, influence would be more than sufficient to prove that it's not Allah's word. Allah can't be influenced by human beings, right? He can't be influenced by their writing. Uh, I will say that, when people say plagiarism, that's not technically correct because that's an ethical standard that didn't necessarily exist at the time.
Well,
And additionally, the Quran claims that it's affirming stories that are already circulating.
yeah, and
Now,
as
I
we
mean,
showed,
obviously, there's a problem that Muhammad is claiming that he's getting revelation when he's not. That's obviously a problem.
as we
But
showed
I mean,
last time,
even
what Muhammad was teaching is that the exact ayat that he had were
mhm.
in previous revelation and now are just being introduced into Arabic. Okay? So it ought to be the same as things before, but it ought to only be the same with authentic scripture. That means that it has to have been possible for it to be scripture. It cannot be scripture if it was composed in a time period when there were no messengers. And it cannot be scripture if it was always a fiction. If it's a legend, if it's made up, if it's just pious stories that people told but weren't really ever believed as something that really happened by anyone. In the case of Dhul Qarnayn, there's not even a heretical sect out there who thinks this guy was a prophet, right? No one. So, yeah, another defense is this idea that
So Mojo, let me clarify here, right? Christians don't claim that the Bible is the eternal speech of God that was composed before humanity came into existence. So no one cannot make the same point about the flood. You can say that even if you say it's literarily influenced, that tells you nothing about the inspiration of the story from a Christian perspective. Whereas from an Islamic perspective, these are supposed to be Allah's direct words, not just things that he inspired or influenced, but his direct words. His direct words cannot copy from human beings. That means that Allah thinks that human beings make better words than he does. It literally makes no sense.
So someone asked, where does the Quran say Gog and Magog were? The Quran is extremely vague, but Islamic tradition puts them north of Derbend, which is not the place that people previously thought it was, and it doesn't even match the description of anything in there. It doesn't match the description. So it is its own kind of thing. And by the way, the Somali Christian TV, I put their website on there. They actually have people who meet in person in various places, and they have their own mini kind of Somali churches that are around as well. So
yeah, one more quick point on this, the flood parallel, because this is going to be one of two. Muslims are going to say one of two things. They're either going to say that all the Alexander texts copy from the Quran, or they're going to say, well, Christians are just hypocrites because the Bible does the same thing.
I've
Well,
already covered that.
If Muslims wanted to take a lesser stance and say that the Quran is influenced by Allah, but it's human speech or whatever, then I would say, well, the flood is factual. The claims about Dhul Qarnayn, or especially the seven sleepers, are not factual in any way. There is no wall that Dhul Qarnayn built, and it stands till the end of time anywhere. We know everywhere on Earth, right? The Earth is very well explored. That wall does not exist. That is a factual problem in addition to the literary problems. So it's not a parallel situation. And to give credence to the idea it is just to totally ignore both the literary and the historical context of both passages. And yes, the flood is also in the Quran.
Yeah, just
So
so you know, one second, Mojo dude, you weren't here earlier. I actually addressed this in detail, so I don't really want to go into it now, but I addressed in detail how it's very different. So because someone was trying to make that point.
yes, yeah, and we welcomed them to stick around and make that point where we could have a discussion of it, and they decided not to. So
Yep. Okay, so let's go, and you don't need to screenshot my presentation at all because I am making this available for you. It's already uploaded. I added one slide that showed some things a little bit more clearly, but it's already uploaded there.
and double check if that isn't in the video description. I'll get that added.
Yep. So you'll be able to download my whole thing. Anyway, so another Islamic defense is that Alexander really was a prophet of Allah. That's totally impossible. The Christianization of Alexander happened in sources that were written after AD 200. And in these, he's a clear Christian. He is not a stone-kissing, Kaaba-circling Muslim. He doesn't do Muslim things. He doesn't do anything that associates with Allah at all. Alexander himself was a polytheistic pagan in every source written before AD 200 because he was a pagan in real life. So many of the materials that many of these materials were written in that gap between Jesus and Muhammad when there were no prophets anyway. And these sources are dependent on those early pagan sources in which he was a pagan. So they took a novel and they wrote their own Christian fanfics of their novel, okay? Yes, Alexander the Great founded the Catholic Church according to Yusuf Estes. So
It's on their website. Don't go like this. It's on their website.
Awesome. It's on their website.
Mm-hmm.
So another one.
So that's just an additional piece of evidence that the Quran is referring to Alexander the Great because he founded the Christian church. So really, the Quran isn't wrong, right?
I think I.
All right.
Oh, there we go. Here's the next one. So Dhul Qarnayn was a prophet of Allah, and he wasn't Alexander the Great because no Greeks are prophets of Allah. Like that was actually one argument that I found. Well, Alexander was Greek. No Greeks are prophets of Allah. Well, the parallels are undeniable. And again, Muhammad would have failed. It's a test. He would have failed. All the earliest Islamic material agreed that he was Alexander the Great, and Arabic translations of the Alexander material was made with the presumption that he was Dhul Qarnayn. So there are all these translations that are circulating that presume that this is who it was, right? So here are some different folks, who said that he was either definitely or many people believe that he was Alexander the Great. These earliest dudes, you notice this, Al-Ansari, he was companion, the only person who was a companion who went on the record said that he is Alexander the Great. And I think al-Basri was from the second. Hassan al-Basri was like from the second generation. He was also within that kind of Salaf window. So was al-Sudi. Ibn Hisham was farther out, but all of these people recognized that they could have been, if not definitely were. Al-Razi kind of gave two different opinions. They said, well, a lot of people think he's Alexander, but he circles the Kaaba with Abraham in some of the legends or some of the true stories I've heard, so he couldn't be him. It was his conclusion. And here are other folks who said so. Al-Jalalain, that means the two Jalals, right? And Yusuf Ali took it for granted that this is Alexander the Great, right? And so we have these folks who even though they were uncomfortable with it, acknowledged that this was who it is. Really is who it is. So if there are no Greek prophets, then Islam is false. But Alexander was a Muslim anyway, because remember that Islam says that to every language there has come a prophet, to every town there has come a prophet. Well, if there aren't any Greek prophets in the Quran, whenever it says every town has gotten it, there is no town except that it has gotten a messenger. It's just lying, right? So, very interesting argument to take that he's not. Dhul Qarnayn is clearly Muslim, but he's Greek, so he can't be Alexander the Great in these stories. And here is our Cyrus one. Alexander the Great was Cyrus, and that's okay because Cyrus was anointed by God, and he was totally a monotheistic Zoroastrian. He was a Zoroastrian, and they're monotheists. Well, no.
Mm-hmm.
All the stories.
Well, and not only that,
Alexander the Great, yeah.
Not only that, Zoroaster might be a Muslim prophet, according to Shabir Ali. So,
I know, it's so funny.
No problem whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, here's so Cyrus wrote Cyrus wrote a letter that is preserved in the Bible, in which he credits Yahweh, not using that word because he probably was not allowed to know that word. They kept it from him, but crediting Elohim for his victories and saying that he's a good servant of Elohim and he's letting the Jews go back to their city, kind of thing, right? Well, guess what? He wrote tons of letters like these to various different peoples and honoring their gods in those letters. So whenever there's something called the Cyrus seal that still exists, and it was dictated by Cyrus himself. And he mentions Bel and, oh, a female goddess, I forget which one. That Bel is an equivalent to Baal, by the way, guys. Another incarnation of Baal in a different way, right? Um, and also talks about how he worships Marduk. There's no evidence whatsoever, though, that Cyrus was Zoroastrian. Rather, uh, Darius the Great, who succeeded him, who claimed to be a very, very distant ancestor, right? He said, or ancestor, excuse me, a very distant cousin, that they had the common ancestor way back here. I'm totally legit, guys. I'm totally legit his successor. And these other usurpers who came after him, don't listen to them. I'm totally legit. He is the one who made Zoroastrianism the state religion. There is zero evidence that it had any role whatsoever in Cyrus's particular state. So he did have a special role for letting the Jews free. He was anointed for that task, but he wasn't a devotee of Yahweh alone or a monotheist, and he literally did nothing ascribed to Dhul Qarnayn in any source any Jews or any Christians had, right? It also has nothing to do with two horns. They're like, oh, lots of kings are described as having two horns. No, they aren't. No, they aren't. Sometimes they go to the mistranslation in the Vulgate that accidentally gives Moses two horns and go, oh, horns can go to any king. But that's a Vulgate mistranslation that only affected the West and that nobody in the East was even aware of. And it isn't authentic to the text. Jerome was just working really, really fast, and he swapped out some letters accidentally. So let's take it. Whew. So it cannot be Cyrus. They want it to be Cyrus because he is a king, and he is looked at positively in the Bible. But that's it. There's no other thing linking it in. Oh, there's a king in the Bible who isn't a Jewish king who's looked at positively. How does that make him a prophet of Allah? Well, they want to claim that he's Zoroastrian. That makes him a monotheist. But Zoroastrians really aren't monotheists. They believe that there are other divine creations that are worthy of worship. There is a divine primordial cow who is addressed and prayed to. There are other figures who are addressed and prayed to. So no, they're not true, pure monotheists. So they're not the creator, but, Athena is not the creator. Artemis is not the creator, and they're still worshipped, right? So sometimes they go, well, he is a son of Darius the First, because Darius is a monotheistic Zoroastrian, so he's actually a son of him, and that makes him monotheistic. Or maybe he's this Yemeni who circled the Kaaba with Ishmael, or maybe he's both. And it's like, you're just like throwing stuff out there. As I said, are you okay, bro? That's the appropriate reaction to this kind of desperate reconfiguring, right? A Persian prince with a Greek name. Oh, he must have had a Greek mother. And how would either one not make Muhammad an abject failure, right? Because remember, he's supposed to be responding to a challenge. He has to give an answer to the challenge. So Ibn Taymiyyah predictably takes a stupid position, which is that there are two Dhul Qarnayns, and the Quran's was Ibn Dara, who is somehow also Yemeni. But that still makes him the Alexander of the Alexander legends. He just denies that Alexander in the Alexander legends was properly Alexander the Great. But he's called Alexander, son of Philip, and he's called Alexander of Macedon and all these other things in those very legends. You can't do that. It's very, very clear where he is from in these legends, and it has things in there like him going to the Oracle of Siwa and being declared the son of Zeus Ammon, right? He's the real historical Alexander with tons of fictional stuff piled on top of him. He is only Alexander the Great fictionalized. You can't say, let's make him somewhere else. You cannot do that, right? And so sometimes this Ibn Dara approach is trying to make Alexander, contemporary with Abraham, but Darius the first was born around 550. They also think that Darius' son was another Darius, but even Darius the second was actually his illegitimate grandson, much less the third. They mix up the timelines. They go, oh, Dara ibn Dara was killed by Alexander the Great. And it's just a mess. It's a mess. The history is a mess. It's ridiculous. There are very specific stories that come from these legends. And these legends and other fictional materials say very clearly that they're about Philip of Macedon. And they're about that they're about Alexander of Macedon and Alexander, son of Philip. They're explicit. This isn't confusing. This isn't difficult. This body of legendary material is what you have to react to. And then one of the craziest ones is that it's just an intertextual reference that people would recognize. So, oh, we're answering the question, but don't take any of it as true. Well, at face value, maybe you could say that it's less ridiculous. Oh, you ask about this, so we're telling you about him, even though it's all made up and fictional. However, the context demands that Muhammad must be correctly describing the life of a real person, according to the context, right? The person's story must be known only to Christians and Jews, according to the Islamic idea, right? And this must be a dhikr, meaning that was revealed previously in actual scripture. Now this works out, right? Oh gosh, I think Muhammad was jealous because he heard that someone was more horny than him in the comments. Very nice there. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And this comes from Yusuf, so there you go.
Yeah. There we go.
Spelled differently, but same name. Anything said by Yusufs today is automatically true.
Right. So, and what's really funny is that even the early Islamic folks were kind of uncomfortable with the actuality of this. And so, who is this guy? Was he a prophet? He sounds an awful lot like the prophet. And in one of the versions of the story, they ask, and what is his prophecy? Is one of the questions that Muhammad was asked. But we find from the companions that we have all these different ideas about what he was. Ali denied he was a prophet or an angel and said that he was a pious man. Umar thought he was an angel. Mujahid said he was a believer who ruled over the entire world. Ibn Amr said he was a prophet. Muhammad, according to one narration, said he didn't know. Jibril was apparently too busy that day to tell him.
Yeah, it's amazing how...
I don't know who he was.
Yeah, it's amazing how in the eternal word of Allah you get these kinds of things where no one knows the answer.
Yep.
Okay, really?
Yep. Someone asked him apparently...
This is Allah's revelation for the people that no one knows the answer to something.
So is he a prophet? Is he a pious man? Is he a king? You know, is he a pious king? Is he a prophet? Is he an angel? And Muhammad went, only the very knowledgeable know that, or nobody knows. It's with Allah or something like that, because Jibril could not be bothered to come down that day. So, Islam
happens a lot.
So Islam is false unless the people of the book at minimum recognize Dhul Qarnayn. Any knowledgeable person, including Jews and Christians, would have easily recognized Dhul Qarnayn as Alexander the Great from the Alexander fictionalizations. These were the best sellers of late antiquity. It was Harry Potter on steroids. Everybody knew this. So this first condition is passed. Passed with flying colors. Absolutely. The people of the book do recognize this Dhul Qarnayn from the description. Anybody knows who it is. So, whoops.
Woo!
Where am I going?
Muhammad's one for one. Let's just stop there. Muhammad is a true prophet. Nothing else to be said.
Prophet, right? All right. So here's the second problem, or the second hurdle. They have to agree. The Jews and Christians would have to agree with the factual accuracy of Dhul Qarnayn's story, or the sources must agree, right? Well, the Jews and Christians had access to various historical records of the real Alexander the Great. They separated the literary Alexander of the fictionalizations of the novels from the real Alexander. They understood that the Alexander of the novels was made up, and they knew that Alexander the Great was a pagan. So at most, he was a kind of midrashic figure, right? With imaginary stories that didn't happen to tell spiritual truths, right? Plus, even in these fictionalizations, he was an explicitly Christian figure in the very, very late ones, right? He was never monotheistic except for these very late Christian myths. And the Jews didn't agree with this at all. And Muhammad makes him a Muslim jihadi in his own version, which doesn't match with anything, even in the novels, right? Furthermore, because remember, he talks about worshiping Jesus, that he'll worship the Messiah if the Messiah comes in his day, right? Furthermore, the
All
Jews
right,
would.
so I'm going to pause you.
Yep.
I'm going to pause you for a second here because Paul in the chat is insisting over and over again that Muhammad is a fictional character and never existed. I told him that this was a bad argument to make, that when he says there's no evidence for it, that you could apply this to any of the biblical characters, he came back after thinking about this long and hard and said it's only evidence of someone's fertile imagination. So all of Islam exists because someone had an imagination hundreds of years after it was began and made up stories about its origins. That is your theory. That's how Islam came into existence. It's someone's imagination about something that happened hundreds of years prior.
And
Additionally, all the stories written about Muhammad, by hundreds of different people, they're all just someone's imagination. Additionally, all the embarrassing stories, like, this story we're discussing right now, someone made up an embarrassing story about Muhammad because they really wanted to prove that Islam is true by showing that he was probably a false prophet.
Yeah. So
great argument there, Paul. Yeah. And again, I don't know if you're a Christian or not, but if you're a Christian, this is exactly what atheists do. When you say that Jesus, they'll say Jesus never existed, and you'll say, well, here's what the Gospels say. Oh, you can't trust those the religious texts. Here's what the Roman historians say. Well, that doesn't mean anything. That just means some Christian told them that.
Yeah.
Christianity exists. Christianity was founded on the death of a very embarrassing death of a supposed prophet. That doesn't mean anything. That's just someone's fertile imagination. And then if you go to any character in the Old Testament, I mean, forget about it. The only source of their existence, by and large, is the Old Testament. So you're just telling me that your argument against Islam is something that can be applied to literally anything in the history of humanity. You could apply this to Caesar Augustus. You could apply this to Plato. You could apply this to Socrates. You could apply this to literally anything. Homer's Iliad. Anything. Everything ever written is just someone's imagination. That's the only evidence that anything is.
And here's part of the issue too, is that if you are making up a state religion, you wouldn't screw it up this badly because you would have the power of the state to get like important things right. You'd make Muhammad a clearly successful rather than clearly unsuccessful. And so, Yasin, you'll run into people who will say that it's not by, this is not from the Callisthenes, right? And so I did distinguish in here between the Alexander Romance, which is Callisthenes, right? And the Alexander Legend and the Syriac Homily, the Syriac Alexander Legend, the Syriac Homily. They have many of the same elements, but they do have some differing things too. But I've shown what the dates are, what the origins are, and everything else, and how this has to be derived from it. So, yeah, it's AD 3102. I talked about it in depth last week. So if you want to go back to that, this will give you a very nuanced view of exactly what is in which manuscript that you can talk about, rather than talk about the body as a whole, but the different manuscripts from different days and stuff like that. So anyway, the Jews would have already known the story of Moses and the fish that was stolen from the Alexander novels and applied to the wrong person. I really think that the fact that they took this Moses and the fish from an Alexander story, that the Jews went, hey, wait a second here, we recognize that. We totally recognize that. Jesus Spot thinks that the audio is a little bit low. I'm never quiet.
I already turned it up on my end, so
okay, all right.
It could be that mine is too high, and thus by comparison yours seems low, but your audio is perfect, I think.
Okay, all right. Usually I'm too loud, so it's sometimes we might overcorrect. All right, so this is a spectacular fail. in terms of, because remember, it's a challenge done by the people of the book. So it has to be a challenge that he would pass according to what any rational person of the book would believe at that time, and he doesn't. He fails very badly. The source of their information, that's the Jews and Christians, people of the book who would challenge him, it has to be what was revealed to them of the book of Allah. Sorry, misspelling, to them of the book of Allah. And Muhammad has to be presenting a dhikr. He has to be presenting a reminder from the book of Allah. But the material, they're all novels like Harry Potter or the Arthurian legends, right? Most of the material that borrows is from the 2nd century AD to the 6th century AD, when there were no prophets. Older elements come from 100% pagan sources. They portray Alexander as a pagan. It's literally impossible for these to be from the book of Allah unless Allah is a pagan polytheistic god. So that's just a huge fail again. Now, 4, the information has to be factually accurate. So not only must the Jews and Christians agree with it, if it is from Allah, and that it must come from their book of Allah, but it has to actually really be accurate, because if it isn't, then the Quran is false, right? So, Muhammad is not presenting wrong things that other people believe, but he's supposed to be giving a correct account of a real figure that Jews and Christians know because they read from the book of Allah. But what he's really doing is telling stories, sometimes even attributing them to other characters that are taken from fictional writings. The Quran states that people can actually travel to the physical place where the sun rises or sets on the flat earth, and that this happens in a pool of stinking muddy, or possibly warm, probably stinking muddy water. It describes a literal iron and copper wall that keeps out hordes of barbarians to this day, and when it breaks, the end of the world will come. This wall does not exist. The barbarians do not exist. Okay, so this is a spectacular, spectacular fail. It has to be a true history. We also have as additional evidence the reaction of the people. According to the Islamic narrative, the Jews of Medina lived there because they were in expectation of their final prophet coming out of Mecca from the Quraysh. That's what the early seerahs say. The only reason they didn't accept Muhammad was also supposed to be because he's from the Quraysh and they were jealous. Which makes no sense. So they're going to meet, oh, I can't wait to meet this guy from the Quraysh. Oh, wait, he's from the Quraysh. I shall never accept him. Makes no sense, right? This question was supposed to be a test. And if Muhammad passed it, the Jews had told the Quraysh that they should believe him. Yet no one seems to act like he passes a test. No one follows him immediately afterwards. No Jews, no pagans, nobody's going, he passed the test, he's a true prophet. So the Jews say, if he passes this test, follow him. If he doesn't, he's a false prophet. The test comes and no one follows him. This indicates that he fails the test even in the sin. Well, you might ask, why didn't all of those followers leave him? Well, once you're in a cult, it's awfully hard to get out and admit that you're wrong. Even if you're not being held in physically, it's very hard to get. And also, don't know how many people did leave, if people did leave, right? So, if he failed that test, he attributed false things to Allah, and he had them put in a book, and that makes him a false prophet. Reading this, you would assume he is indeed a false prophet. So, next time, we will talk about the real Alexander the Great and return once again to our regular narrative of Islamic history, and we'll talk kind of about the emergence of the Arabic language, which will be a little bit, it'll be a little bit of a technical topic, but it's important because the Quran is supposed to be in the pure and perfect Arabic language. So I think it's important to get into that. Okay? That's all I got.
All right, so you wanted to end it there for today?
Yeah,
awesome. We'll open
2 hours.
up. Yeah, I mean, that's how long it's supposed to be, but it never is, so I'm a little shocked, that's all. So we'll open it up for callers. I haven't seen any Muslims in the chat for a while, so I don't have a lot of optimism that we'll get a response, but we will definitely open it up and give a chance for Muslims to come respond.
So in the
Because
first 10 minutes, kind of starting now, we only want folks who want to talk particularly about this topic. And then if nobody comes up in 10 minutes, we'll go ahead. Why don't we go ahead and open it to general Muslim callers if anybody wants to come in, because they're quite scared of this right now. Yes, that's correct. So
Houston says,
yeah, he asked whether or not this requires whether or not this story requires the existence of a big wall right now waiting for the last days. And it absolutely does. As I showed you early on, oh goodness, where did I put that? Give me 1 second. Let me, oh no, my phone's dead. Ah! Let me see if I can open up my history.
so while you're looking for that, I'll just make a quick comment here. As Yasser Qadi admits, this story is a massive problem. You know, even ignoring anything that we've been talking about, how Muhammad borrowed this and was tricked into revealing a story that everyone knew wasn't part of the prophetic literature, but a part of scripture. In addition to all that, it prevents a massive factual problem for Muslims. As Yasser Qadi himself admits, he said, all those Muslims who believe that this wall exists in physical reality somewhere, well, I'm sorry, but I just can't believe that, because even though that's what the text says, we know that's false and the text has to be true. So the text must mean something else. And then he has some bizarro theory about like the subatomic world or something. It makes literally no sense. It's total nonsense. It's totally, a post hoc argument for real, like we were accused of making earlier, where he makes the text fit something that he can believe.
Yeah, and he says, in fact, that it's like the end of the world is nigh, because, let me go and share this guy. Where are we? Window. Haha, let's see if I can find it. Share, there we go. I have window issues right now, because I've been studying multiple things at once, and whenever that happens, my tabs get crazy. But, Allah has made an opening in the wall, and he made it with his hand. So the wall has opened now. Right? So here's the wall. It's opening. The end is about nigh. Now they're about to come through. They'll keep doing Hajj and Umrah to the Kaaba after the appearance of Gog and Magog. They will not be established until the Hajj is abandoned. So they would walk until they would reach the mountains of al-Qamar, and it's a mountain, and then they would say, we have killed those who are on the earth, so they're going to come through and kill a bunch of people. So yes, the end of the world depends on Gog and Magog coming through a physical wall, right? A prophet once came to Zainab bint Jahash, and he's scared. None has the right to be worshipped but Allah. Woe unto the Arabs, for a danger has come near. An opening has been made like this. And shall we be destroyed even though there are pious persons among us? Yes, when the evil person will increase. So this is tied to the end of the world. There has to be a physical wall, and over it has to be like 10 times to 100 times more people than everyone else on the earth. So for every person that we know, on the other side of this wall, there are like 100 more. So that's how the world's going to end.
There's a
vast majority.
Yeah, there's a massive group of people behind the wall that have been caged up there, just waiting to come out and wreak havoc on the rest of humanity. And obviously this place doesn't exist. So if you want to believe in Islam, you can either pretend that, it exists somewhere, we just haven't discovered it yet, like a lot of Muslims do. I think Ali Dawah explicitly said that is the case. He made a big deal about how you don't use your intellect to think about these things. You just take what the word of the text says. And it was about this exact issue where he made those comments about how you don't put your logic ahead of the text. He was talking exactly about Gog and Magog, or more accurately, the wall of Dhul Qarnayn, and how this, well, doesn't make any rational sense, but you just believe it anyway, because that's what the text says. Jack Ray says, I guess you are scary Mary to Muslims.
I am. They really don't want to come. I have been baiting Muslims all week on Twitter, and nobody will come and talk to me. It's very sad. So everybody is now officially terrified of me. I even went on Clubhouse, tried to stir some folks up. They ran away really fast. This is a topic that nobody wants to talk about right now because it's why an ISIS propagandist abandoned Islam. So an incredibly influential convert to Islam realized the whole thing was complete nonsense on this particular issue. Let's see if I can make this even bigger for you guys. Not like that. Get back here. I'm trying to grab you in the corner. Does that work? Yeah, all right. Ho ho. Look at that. Look how big
There
that
you
is.
go.
He said that his fame as Australia's best-known ISIS supporter had become a burden. They felt compelled to email or call him before committing their crimes. Why does everyone, before they do stupid stuff, get in contact with me? So this one was Alo Bridget Naoma, the Bonnie half of a terror couple she herself had dubbed the Jihadi Bonnie and Clyde. They were later convicted of terror offenses. She had contacted San Antonio. The Australian authorities tapped his phone, and so she got caught. ISIS supporters were treating him like a jihadist help desk. So he was then arrested for trying to travel by boat from Australia to ISIS territory in southern Philippines. He had been in prison ever since, has 13 months left on his sentence. So if you try dialing the help desk in 13 months, you might not get the encouragement. Why? He renounced ISIS. Why did he do that? So I have been wrong.
It was clearly because of the re-education program in prison where they teach you that Islam is a religion of peace.
Just the most moronic thing in the world, because no Muslim who actually knows their sources will go Islam is they'll just lie to you and smile in your face and get out and stab you again, which is exactly what happens, right? So I've been wrong these last 17 years. Seeing individuals dedicate themselves to tyrannical death cults led by suicidal maniacs is bad enough. Knowing that I may have contributed to their choices is terrible. I hope that my experiences may be of help in drawing others from the same mistake. So he converted to Islam as a teenager because he's a moron and perfect, every dot, every this, every that, it's too true. So
that's not an accurate statement, Mary. He's clearly not a moron, or he wouldn't have been able to reason his way out of Islam. Rather, he was just thinking, intelligence doesn't really have anything to do with it. He was just attracted to the me strong attitude and put intellect aside, and eventually came to the truth.
See, he had the knowledge and the on-camera charisma to influence thousands of fellow Muslims and help persuade many to immigrate to Syria and Iraq in order to fight and die for the new caliphate. English translations of early ISIS documents, many of them are his handiwork. So when he was in prison, he began to study the Quran in greater detail and focused on the aspects that most puzzled him. So he actually began to learn his religion. Funny that. Instead of being the super hot, sexy convert guy that everybody's like, white man convert to Islam, so wonderful, right? Among these was a figure called Dhul Qarnayn, the two-horned one. And it's believed by many to refer to Alexander the Great. Yeah, because it's literally ripped from the stories. So he didn't see a resemblance between him and the Alexander history, but he noted similarities between it and the heavily fabulized version of Alexander's story written in Aramaic. And this is a little bit confusing because Aramaic means Syriac, and it was originally written in Greek. Certain ones were translated Syriac much later, but it was circulating in the Syriac language, just being told by people for a long time. And then we have these other Syriac versions that were specifically written in Syriac. So it's a simplification that people are like, oh, that's not true. Yeah, it's a simplification, guys. We've gone through the
It's a
details.
news article.
Yes, it's a
You
news
really
article,
don't have to explain that. Right?
right?
It's totally irrelevant to the point anyway, right? Even if the reporter got something wrong, which they didn't, it's just simplified.
Yeah.
It would have no bearing on the story. So
After acquiring a copy of the Syriac and translating it for himself, he determined that the reverse was true, that the Syriac did not plagiarize the Quran, but rather the Quran plagiarized the Syriac. So he, I always knew that being proficient in Aramaic would one day prove useful, he said, but he means the language that the Assyrians speak now, basically, right? So, there is also, so he realized that this Dhul Qarnayn was not at all a real person, but was a fictional account of Alexander the Great. That left him with only one possible conclusion, that the Quran was not divinely inspired. Oh, really? It had taken Alexander the Great fan fiction as fact. Yes, of course I would have preferred to discover that 17 years ago and avoided much trouble. Oh, you think? He abandoned not only ISIS, but Islam and religion as a whole. He is an atheist and admires the God delusion of Richard Dawkins. So he went from bottom basement religion to bottom basement atheism. Nice. So anyway,
yeah,
he goes
I think
by his
that
birth
you
name
made the point.
Roberts, etc. Yeah.
Yep. So he looked at the sources and he came. You know, that's very interesting what he said. He said, I didn't see any resemblance between the historical Alexander, because, like I said to the Muslim earlier, that's the only argument you can even try to make. This idea that the other texts didn't exist before the Quran or whatever, I mean, that's total, utter nonsense. The only argument that you can try to make, which is the one that we would make when you bring up the flood, for example, is that it's a historical event and different people were telling different details, and therefore the Quran got it right. The problem is the Quran didn't get it right. None of the details are accurate. There's also good reasons to believe there's literary dependence, which is extra problematic when you're talking about the words of God. But the best argument, if I was a Muslim and I was forced to defend this, I would probably try to say that it's historically accurate and the other sources are wrong. I mean, all the arguments suck, but I think that's, I mean, all arguments suck, but I think that makes your best attempt anyway.
But the issue would be that none of the people who are questioning you about this would agree that it's historical, right? That your telling is even historical at all.
Hey, Truth Path is here.
So he
Truth
still
Path
fails the test, right? So, yeah, that's fine. True Path doesn't matter. Because the issue is not that event after event after event and all these details are exactly the same as it is in the Dhul Qarnayn. It's that there is a general event and there are different versions of that general event that all have some elements that are similar, but you cannot defend Dhul Qarnayn in the idea that there was this guy who went from the east to the west on a flat earth and he saw the sun set in a muddy pool, and they told it in two different ways. There's also the really confusing bits of the Islamic narrative, especially the fact that they lift the story of Alexander and apply it to Moses in places that really prove where this comes from. So, True Path, why don't you join the chat?
There's a pinned link. Click the pinned link at the top and come up and discuss it with us. We'll be happy to explain the differences and why these situations are not analogous at all. Just saying that atheists say something doesn't make there be a parallel between these situations.
Excuse me, if you could bring back up the window that I had. I asked him why the Alexander stuff had convinced him that ISIS was wrong, whereas the group's practices of mass murder and sex slavery had never tipped him off. He said the latter were consistent with the religion, while the Alexander plagiarism had failed intellectual tests on their own terms. That is objectively true. objectively true. So lying about Islam and saying, oh, it's peaceful, is never going to, it's going to fool idiots who aren't Islamic and Muslims who do not read their sources. It is never, ever, ever going to fool someone who has actually read the Islamic sources. That's why we have all of these goofball neo-Salafis today, because they are neo-Salafism is a compromise between the actual text and like what a human being with a brain in after the 12th century could make their minds accept if they were at all intelligent and educated, because it throws out the flat earth that Muhammad taught, which is is beyond the pale even for Ibn Taymiyyah. He won't accept that. He's going to throw that out. So it throws out the things that are unacceptable, makes excuses for them, but it still actually deals with the text most closely on its own terms. So yes, a terrorist guy left because of that.
In his great wisdom, he determined that the story is fake because he doesn't believe it.
So
that's his own story. That's him talking. The fact that he's a terrorist is not in doubt by anyone, right? And this is his story on why he left Islam while he was in jail for terrorism. So you not believing it has no bearing on whether it's true or not. And again, click the link, come up and talk to us. You are totally misunderstanding the nature of evidence, the nature of the argument.
Yep.
You need to talk, right?
I get it.
I get it. It's hard. Come talk to us live.
You don't have to. You don't have to have a video. Just so you know, it can be voice only. Do not need video at all. We're not asking for video. You don't have to out yourself in any way. Just talk. So now here is the. Speaking of idiots who are suckered by not actually knowing the sources, here is the conclusion of our brilliant guy here. Whenever a prominent member of a terror group leaves it, he inspires a great deal of curiosity about how he was cured of his evil beliefs, which seem so durable when they are held that they may lead to violent death. So much of his story is idiosyncratic that I am not sure what, if anything, can be used to deprogram others. Most ISIS supporters care little about the historical and linguistic minutiae that are motivated Ser Antonio. Teaching jihadist Aramaic is not a cure easily scaled up. Moreover, a rehab program that encourages patients to give up Islam, a religion practiced benignly by nearly all Muslims, instead of merely giving up terrorism, is bound to be controversial. That's the only way you can get anyone who has been a terrorist to give up terrorism. Because Islam, whenever you read the sources at face value, and you don't pile other things and conditions and excuses on top of them, what you get is terrorism. And the only way in which you can cure a jihadi of terrorism is for them to leave the religion that actually teaches terrorism. Very simple here. Not difficult at all. And it isn't like
David did a video
this is not difficult stuff to understand, right? You don't actually have to read the Aramaic. You just have to know the exact events and how they're written and the dates of these of the composition of these texts and why we know it. And even a simple reading, if you just had these two in translation next to each other, anyone would be able to tell which was linguistically dependent on the other. It's very, very, very clear on the text because of the things that are muddled and vague and weird in the Quran are instantly clear and have context and aren't just random events in what they're taken from, because of the nature of how the Quran works, that it is a poetic condensing of stuff. This sort of telegraphic garbling is something that naturally happens to sources, especially if you're doing it from memory and you don't remember the details all that well, as Muhammad was doing. He did not have an angel coming to him. He was just trying to remember it the best he could and then tell it poetically, kind of halfway on the spot. So guys, come up and talk. Come up and talk.
Yeah, you're very riled up. I can't even get a word in today.
I know.
So David did a video on that exact news story and, kind of making fun of all these rehab programs where they try to teach people that Islam is not about violence. And then they're like, I read my sources. I know what they say. But if you convince them that Islam is false, well, then it doesn't really matter what the sources teach, right? If you convince, and even pretend for the sake of argument that you could convince someone that the sources were, or that the sources really teach peace, right? Let's say for the sake of argument, that's true. It's still obviously at least as effective to convince someone not to follow the sources as to redefine what the sources say. And if you're telling someone that they misunderstand the sources, they're going to have just as much resistance to that as you telling the sources are false. So we had a comment here: with summer vacation being over, this is probably the last time I can watch you guys for a while. Thank you for all the hard work, and I'm expecting my honorary masters in the mail. Amen.
And hadith. I'm sending you a master's in a hadith in the mail.
And things. Got to get the things. That's very important.
Yes. Master's degree in hadith and things.
So I had some comments from earlier that I wanted to address. Well, this one I thought was very clever from Carol. Perhaps the wall of Dhul Qarnayn is Islam itself, and millions are trapped behind it. I think you might be onto something there. I think you definitely might be onto something. Skanderberg says, I will pledge $100 for any knowledgeable Muslim to come in and debate. There you go, wow. Muslims. $100 on the line. Come and give your best debate. That means you, whatever your name was, True whatever. Sorry, I forgot your name already. That's how meaningless your comment. True Path. Come in. If you can prove you have knowledge, Skanderberg will pay you $100. So what's your excuse for not coming in? I'd like to hear it. Una says, why do Muslims defend a book that's been proven wrong in its historic and scientific claims? Well, a couple of reasons. I mean, one, the death penalty for apostasy that certainly doesn't hurt, or at least the social separation. But additionally, I mean, it's just really hard to change your beliefs in general. The human beings have a very strong cognitive bias to think that we're right all the time about everything. And thus, when someone tells you you're wrong, it's really hard to believe that, really easy to just pretend like you're right. So Islam then reinforces those natural human inclinations with severe penalties, both social and sometimes legal and physical as well, for leaving Islam. So with all that in mind, it's not that hard to see why Muslims would continue to believe it, or at least give some level of lip service to believing it. So I had two other questions or comments that are related that I wanted to address and clarify what I was trying to say earlier. Mojo Dude says, history can be used against the existence of Muhammad. That is not sufficient reason to deny he ever existed. Please explain the difference. And then Gabriel said, all those myths and fables and lies prove Muhammad was a fabrication, that these words about him were drummed up or plagiarized in his name, which they developed over time. So I want to clarify. These are two separate issues, right? Whether everything said about Muhammad is accurate or whether it exists. That those are two completely separate reasons, or two completely separate questions. The history can be legend. It can be legendized, just like the Alexander legends that we are looking at in reference today. That doesn't mean that Alexander the Great then doesn't exist, nor does it provide evidence that he doesn't exist. And indeed, it probably provides evidence that he exists. The fact that people invented a legend around a person probably means there was a historical figure behind it. People don't generally just make up legends out of nothing. It's not like just one day everyone started to believe in Islam and then created legends after the fact. So is there development? Absolutely. Is everything attributed to Muhammad something he actually said? Absolutely not. Does that mean he didn't exist? No, that doesn't mean he didn't exist. And to suggest that he didn't exist, with all due respect to those who prominently make this argument, is an absurd claim, historically speaking. It is not very different than claiming that Jesus didn't exist, because history, events have effects. And when you observe those effects, such as the rise of Islam, then there has to be something historical behind it. You can't just invent all this wholesale years later. If someone was inventing a story in, say, the year 850 and projecting it back 200 years prior, then that would be approximately the time that Islam was actually forming, and thus they would be trying to justify an emergent movement. But in fact, the Islamic conquest occurred long before the time these stories were written. So do they contain legends? I'm sure they do. Does that mean Muhammad didn't exist? Absolutely not. Maybe, and let's, leave aside his name, right? Maybe they forgot his exact name and they're using a title meaning praised one, and his birth name is no longer known. That still has no relevance on whether or not this figure existed. And I think that it's really irresponsible for people to go around making these kinds of arguments against Muhammad, not understanding the implications. Forget about Jesus, right? You could at least make some good. Yeah, Thaddeus and Jay Smith in a cage match. I've actually, I'm not gonna say that. I like Jay. I respect him. I've had him on this channel, but I disagree with him strongly on this. I'll just leave it at that, because I don't want to. It's not about Jay, but when you make this argument, I think it's completely irresponsible. Let's leave Jesus aside for a second. The evidence for the existence of, say, Muhammad compared to Moses is like astronomically better. And Jay isn't going to, or anyone else isn't going to say, well, that means Moses didn't exist. So why are they saying it means Muhammad didn't exist? And I think it's based primarily on an emotional desire for this argument to end all debate about the truth of Islam, and not anything that's responsible historically speaking.
So a lot of the ahadith that contradict each other are actually related to particular factions in early Islam. If it were created by the Abbasids, which is the theory, then these events in early Islam didn't happen. And so why would you have contradictory ahadith that are fabricated to support the different sides of these debates that didn't happen? So there are all kinds of extraordinarily obvious fabrications in the ahadith, but they're obvious in the context of very early Islamic history. So the evidence is overwhelming that there was this dude named Muhammad, and some people believed he was a prophet. And a lot of these events that are described, we aren't sure how old he actually was. A lot of the ages are really muddled and mixed up. A lot of the events, we don't even know the order that these different battles happen. A lot of the battles are, if it's a minor battle, like there are a few like key battles, we know when those happen, but a lot of the minor raids, like nobody's really sure when they happen. There are contradictory accounts and things like that. We don't know how many kids he had, for heaven's sake. Did he have one or two or three sons with Khadijah, who died in childhood and who died in infancy? How many did he have? Khadijah's age being 40 is ridiculous. However, the age 40 is a really obvious fabrication to make him into a more of a wonderful man and less of a regular guy who just married somebody for the regular reasons. She was rich, and she was only 3 years older than him in the more in other traditions. So she was 28, he was 25. 28, that's a very reasonable age. 40, obvious lie. If you were making this up from the beginning, you wouldn't have some of these stupid things. It would be part of the story. So, mate, come up. I will talk about Solomon, whether or not he's a type of Muhammad, and you can explain to me why you think he's a type of Muhammad, and how that relates to the Islamic sources and the image of Solomon in the Islamic sources, please. So please come up. Let's talk about Muhammad and Solomon.
What a random, bizarre comment.
Yeah, I know. Well, I said I will entertain any Muslim who wants to talk about an Islamic topic currently. Why you believe in Islam, why Muhammad is real. Heck, I will entertain where Muhammad is in the Bible right now. As long as
I'm going to, for the sake, I'm actually going to grant him this, right? Because Solomon is a person who rebelled against Yahweh, sought after many pagan gods, and ended up destroying the nation as a result. I'd say he does bear a lot of resemblance to Muhammad. I don't know what the heck this argument's supposed to mean.
Quit spoiling it, for heaven's sake. So let's. Yeah, okay, mate is somebody's name, and he wants to tell us all about why Muhammad is predicted by Solomon. So let's
Yeah, so Truth Defenders, unfortunately, Jay does actually say the man never existed. He doesn't just say the Islamic version didn't exist. He said no version exists, and he's been quite explicit about this. I agree that the full Islamic picture, and I think every Christian would agree the full Islamic picture is false. That's not really a debate. He thinks that none of the early rulers existed. Muhammad didn't exist. Abu Bakr didn't exist. Uthman didn't exist. They're all legendary figures invented 200 years later. That's Jay's position.
Abu Bakr was most likely. Oh, Zach's here. Zach's here. He's here. We have somebody in the chat. Where is he? There we go. Ha! You didn't see him come. Sorry about that.
It
Hello,
said he arrived 1 minute ago.
Yeah,
You
I know.
give us a chance to notice. Jeez, Mary, you're so anxious today.
I am, but we finally have someone who wants to talk. Hi, Zach.
Yeah, hello. I forgot my topic at hand, but basically, for this, like, you remember? I feel like last week I talked to you, right? And I said I was gonna discuss with you and schedule a time.
Yeah, I remember
So
talking to you. I don't remember the exact context of that, but I remember talking to you.
yeah, so I was wondering. So, do you want to discuss one of them now or no?
What topic?
Like one of the points he made.
In the hundred reasons he's not a Muslim. That one.
Yeah, that one.
Sure.
Basically, Fadis, I'm pretty sure you don't have the verses on you right now, right? But like what, like the
I
error you said, what's man created from?
said it was a contradiction.
Yeah, I know,
I
but
didn't say.
yeah, I can answer the verses. I just don't know the specific number, but I've read on them and stuff.
No problem. Just give me 1 second. I'll pull up what I said in the video in front of me.
Yeah, he's got
So
his.
just I didn't put all the verse right. I didn't put all the verses on creation.
Yeah, I know.
So
In
I'll say
David's
did
video, he
create because there's
quoted
even
more
more
than.
actually. Right?
Yeah, I saw David's. He put more up.
All right, let's see. What I said in the video is what was man created from? The Quran gives no less than 6 different answers. Actually, that's all I said. I didn't say which verses, what it says in the video, because I'm being very brief. But I have the references 359, 1526, 16:4, 1967, 2130, and 96:2. So go ahead and give your explanation for all of these verses, and then we'll see which ones it's consistent with.
Okay, so first of all, 1967 doesn't necessarily talk about like what's man created from. Basically, God responds to those who deny the resurrection. He says, or they were created from nothing, so obviously I can bring them back to life from their bones. And this is technically true. Humans were also, at one point, they were nothing. And then the other one you brought up.
Okay, saying that it's technically true that human beings were once nothing. I mean, if you mean that human beings didn't exist, but you're
No,
speaking of nothing as if it's a substance from which. So I'm not quite sure what you're getting at, actually.
oh no. What I mean, it's basically talking to. Let me put it in a better perspective, right? So an atheist who denies the fact that he will come back to life, and he thinks that idea is ridiculous. But at some point he was nothing. At some point he did not exist, and it's basically talking to
Okay.
these people. Yeah, but they basically were nothing at one point, and obviously God can bring them back to life. So on the other ones, from my memory, it was it was sperm, it was mud, and it was I think water, right? If you read those verses, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
also,
Well, it wouldn't
yeah,
technically be sperm, but semen.
yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously, from a Christian perspective, you would agree that Adam, he was created from dust, right?
I would. Sure. I'll just say yes rather than muddying the waters. I'll say yes.
Okay, okay. I don't know if you're an old Earth Christianist, but okay, I'll just say he's created from dust, right? A lot of people believe that, right? And also, I don't think this at all would contradict the fact that humans are created from sperm, because Adam specifically, the father of the human race, he was created from dust, but all people after him were created from sperm, right? And also the fact
Hmm.
when it talks about blood clot, the way the Quran uses its language, it's talking about like the embryo, because at some point, I feel like you and David were talking about this, right? That
So
the Arab people, they saw some embryos and then they called them
Uh,
alaq, or blood
no,
clot,
no, no,
yeah,
and
they
it
yeah,
does
yeah.
resemble that.
so they did not see embryos, and they did not and call them blood clots. Rather,
They saw miscarried
so
babies, but
so
yeah.
hang on. So maybe no, hang on. So the Greek sources asserted some of the Greeks thought that the baby was made by the withheld menses of the woman. So instead of menstruating out the blood, this menstruation instead turned into the baby and collected into the baby. That is factually inaccurate, but that was their theory, and that is what the Quran is confirming. That in fact, you start out as liquid, and then and then it's the menstrual blood contributing to it, clots, and then this, and then that. So it does work extremely well. It's exactly parallel to many Greek ideas that you can find, all of which were wrong. But
Yes.
these are not accurate
So
descriptions of embryology. I've done a stream on that. Zach, have you seen my stream on that on Platonic embryology?
Uh, no, I haven't
so
seen
that
the
wasn't
stream
actually
on
the
that,
issue
but
of
isn't
this
it
Yeah,
true there's,
objection.
I know,
yeah,
but I would want to. I'm going to put it in the chat. If you would please take a look at it later, and you can see why the Quran says what it does.
All right. So
yeah,
let's
I've
just look at
seen
these verses.
some critics on that.
Let's
Okay.
Yeah, let's get all the verses. Okay. So what I actually said in the video is there. Let's move on to internal contradictions. Muslims will, of course, try to find ways to resolve these, but remember the Quran is supposedly has only one author, God, who is perfectly clear and explains himself in detail. So elaborate explanation shouldn't be needed to explain Allah's differing claims. And I'm actually going to grant you that the first verse you cited there, which was what 1759, something like that, 1967. Whatever, same thing, right?
Yeah,
That is
yeah, that one
metaphorical.
made
I'll
sense
grant you
because it
that.
seems like it's talking about, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I'm granting you that that one is probably metaphorical. So let's look at the other verses here. Taking them in, I'll just take them in order. And we start with Surah 3, verse 59, but let's start with 58 because it emphasized the point I just made, right? This is what we recite to you, verses and the precise message. So it's claiming that this is a precise message. Indeed, the example of Jesus to Allah is like that of Adam. He was created from dust. Then he said to him, Be, and he was. And the truth is from your Lord, so be not among the doubters. So Adam is created from dust, is what that verse says. I think we can agree on that. All right, so 15:26 is next.
Well, hang on. There are two contradictory things even inside of that, because either you're created from dust or you're be and it was. So if you go to a biblical account,
That's true.
if you go to the biblical account, be and it was refers to what? It refers to the entirety of creation itself. But to make sure that people do not misunderstand and think that human beings are made of God stuff, essentially, God is very specific, saying, no, human beings were fashioned from matter. Matter was created through be and it was, and then human beings are fashioned from matter and made alive. There is no, if there's be and it was, then there's something from nothing, not hey, look, I've made this. Now B. No, you've made it, so it's not B. These are two contradictory things
Yep.
even
So
within
B
that
is
particular.
consistent with nothing, right?
Yeah, B is consistent with nothing. It is not consistent with fashioning out of earth or anything else. Just not consistent.
I mean, he could have still said technically said B, right? He
Well, he
formed
would have
some dust and then he said B.
no. Why the dust already was? What is being? Be means exist.
But he could, I know, but
No,
he could say B
Yeah,
and then the
but
dust
he says
becomes
give life
a
to,
human. That's
right?
what I was thinking.
That's just
no,
not
but
very
B,
precise
Yeah.
in his very
yeah,
precise word.
but B is not
He's just
giving
not very
life.
precise.
B is
I
existent.
want to get through all the verses.
But
I
yeah, let's
want
go
to get
ahead.
through the verses first and then we can discuss them, okay? So here's 15, 20, and 6 is the verse actually cited, but let's start with 22 here. And we have sent the fertilizing winds and sent down water from the sky and given you drink from it, and you are not its retainers. And indeed, it is we who give life and cause death, and we are the inheritor. And we have already known the preceding among you, and we have already known the later. And indeed, your Lord will gather them. Indeed, he is wise and knowing. And we did certainly create man out of clay from an altered black mud. So we now have dust. So this one seems to also be talking about the initial creation, correct? This seems to be talking about Adam. So on one we have dust, and here we have clay from black
That
mud.
that altered black mud thing. That is the that's your stinky mud. Just so you know, that's your stinky mud. It's not the same word as clay. It's the these are
Well,
different,
yeah, I mean it translates in two
fundamentally
different
different.
ways. Clay and mud, so two different words, right? So we have dust, we have clay, we have black mud. So we have three things so far. And these are all about the initial creation. I think you'll agree. So let's
I
go
know on this, but I have a
to,
question.
well, let me just get through the verses and then we can discuss them.
Oh, okay.
I want to get them all out there so that we have the full picture of what we're looking at. So 16:4, Allah sends down the angels with inspiration of his command upon whom he wills of his servants. Warn that there is no deity except me, so fear me. He created the heavens and the earth in truth. High is he above what they associate with him. He created man from a sperm drop. Then at once he is a clear adversary. So you're going to interpret this as this is the ordinary creation of man as opposed to the special creation of the first man, but there's nothing in the text to suggest that. At least I don't see anything in the text to suggest that.
Not only that, but sometimes it says that
Then,
he created he created man from from the clay, and then from sperm, and then from this,
yeah,
and
well,
then from the
I gotta
clot,
get
and
the
then
other
from
ones.
that, and so they're all in a chain. So
Yep. Yeah, you dropped it for a second, but you're back now. So I just 16:4 here. He created from a sperm drop. Then at once he's clear adversary. Seems to me to also be talking about absolute, not like the normal human being created on a daily basis, because he's talking about people's relationship to Allah. But that's just how I would view the passage. You'll have a chance to discuss them, but I want to get them all out again. So 1967, which I already agreed is probably metaphorical. Um, and man says, when I have died, am I going to be brought forth alive? Does man not remember that we created him before while he was nothing? So by your Lord, he will surely gather them and the devils, and will bring them to be present upon around hell upon their knees. And Zach might be having some internet trouble because he dropped there again.
uh,
But given that this is in the context to judgment, I would agree that he's saying, you once didn't exist. I could make you not exist again. So I will agree with that one.
and
21:30.
by the way, the part with the fertile winds, etc., that is what is being paralleled in the semen from Allah's throne in what I read at the beginning.
That's how
So
we
you got
started.
fertile winds at the
Nice.
beginning, and now you need to have to be revived again. You need to have the semen from Allah's throne.
All right, so 21:30, starting at 28. He knows what is before them and what will be after them, and they cannot intercede except on behalf of one whom he approves, and they, from fear of him, are apprehensive. And whoever of them should say, indeed, I am a God beside him, and one we would recompense with hell, thus we do recompense the wrongdoers. Have those who disbelieve not considered that Zach's here. Not considered that the heavens and the earth were a joint entity, and we separated them, and we made every living from water, every living thing, then will they not believe? So this says that in initial creation, everything was created from water, or at least every living thing. And human beings are included in living things. So again, I feel like this is talking about initial creation. Then we have, there's just one more. And then I'll let you respond. So finally, 96, which is, of course, the embryology passage, which is recite in the name of the Lord who created. Oh, my bad. I only accidentally put in one verse instead of yeah. Recite in the name of the Lord who created man from a clinging substance. Recite, and your Lord is most generous, who taught by the pen, taught man that which he knew not. No, indeed, man transgress because he sees himself self-sufficient, and so forth. So here, man is created from a clinging substance. So those are the ones I cited in the video. They're not ever. Yes, clot. It's rare clot. Saudi International's playing games by making it clinging substance. But I'm just going with it because the real point is not what it says, but that there's a contradiction between them. So I don't know why Zach's not showing up on the screen, but I think he is part of the stream. Can you hear Zach?
Yeah, we still hear you. He may have rejoined with only voice, and I think, well, no, it should show.
No, but I'd still have to add him to the scene. I don't know why he's not on the scene, but as long as other people can hear him, no big deal. We don't need a Z on the screen anyway.
Yeah, it works well now. It's working fine. You're just.
Oh, hold on. We can hear you.
Oh, can the chat hear you?
Yeah, don't say anything for a second, Mary. Zach, say some stuff. All right, only we can hear you. Yeah. The chat can't hear you. We can, but they can't hear us. So go ahead and disconnect and reconnect again.
Sorry about that. That would have been really awkward if we had just gone on talking and people would have been like, why?
Yeah, it's a good thing I noticed he wasn't part of the same.
Well, that's why I was like, oh, is Zach back? Because I heard a little noise from his mic, but he wasn't in the scene. And you're like, yeah, he's back. I'm like, okay. I
was only looking at my controls, not the scene. All right, now he's part of the scene. Now everyone should be able to hear him. All right.
Oh, okay.
Let's try this again.
Okay, so first, what I like to say, I'm sure some of the audience, right, they would understand the dust one and the sperm one, right? I'm pretty sure on that one, right? So because Adam's from dust and all other human beings are from you know what? So
well there is one problem. There is one problem.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't cite it.
Oh,
actually, I didn't cite any of the sperm verse. I didn't cite the sperm verse. It wasn't one of my lists. Everything I cited, I feel, is about initial creation. I wasn't sure. I didn't recall, when I wrote the video a year and a half ago. But going through these, everyone, I would agree. Other than the end times one about nothing, I'll take that one off the list. I'll just strike that one from discussion. But the rest, as far near as I can tell, the Quran is talking about initial creation.
Well, how about 22:5?
And none of them mention sperm.
22:5, which says, we created you from dust, then from a sperm drop, then from a clot, then from a lump of flesh. So dust is being added to a sequence, and the rest of the sequence is something that is ordinary, according to the Quran, as ordinary human development, but then dust is being added to each one. Like,
right.
Wait,
so that one,
are you referring to
the context of that passage, right? The context of 22, I would agree, is about ordinary human beings being, created in the ordinary way, but it adds the dust in because I guess the author of the text couldn't really remember whether that was part of ordinary creation or only special creation.
Wait, so the thing is, about the dust and water one, I heard some explanations that kind of made sense to me. It's because black mud, if you mix dust and water, just like how you'd say you made a cake, you added eggs and you added all that stuff, right?
Well, there's one problem
Oh,
that the
are you
word for black
suggesting?
mud, the word for black mud is specifically for a stinky type of rotten fermented black mud. Whereas if you had if you add water and you get black mud, then you wouldn't get clay. You could either get clay by combining dust and water, or black mud. You wouldn't get both. So
And what you're suggesting, right? What you're suggesting is that Allah gathers up a bunch of ingredients, mixes them together,
No,
which is
no.
kind of
What I
strange.
mean, you basically made things out of like like the compounds, the cells in your body and all that stuff. Because also it is true, like a lot
Where
of
did you get that
things.
from?
No. Just look around you. Look at the trees and all that
I,
stuff,
I'm
right?
not. I'm not looking around me. I'm asking what the text says. I mean,
I just meant for example. That's what some scholars are saying on that.
well, like I said, when I read myself there, that of course someone's going to come up with an explanation, but it's highly suggestive of a problem in the text that someone has to go through this elaborate explanation. And what you're trying to say is that there's dust, water, they're mixed together, creates mud, dries into clay, but in each passage, Allah says something different, right? So let's say that sequence worked. Well, then why does he say he created from dust? Why does he say he created from water? And not mention any of this mixing, right? He never mentions any mixing. That's entirely something that has been added to the text as a way to explain what it says. To me, it just looks like a contradiction on the face of it, which I would, let's say for the sake of argument, and I think that you can't quite make them all work together. Let's say for the sake of argument, you can mix them all together and somehow that would work. Why does Allah claim that his text is perfectly clear if you have to use your imagination to try to think of a way to make sure that there's no contradictions?
For me, it really didn't like seem that way. Like from even when I didn't necessarily hear it, I'm talking about mainly like the three other ones, right? Not just those ones, but the clot one. Did you find that one necessarily confusing?
Uh, well, so in Surah 22, it seems to be talking about ordinary creation, but in Surah 96, it seems to be talking about special creation because it's talking about the pen that everything derives from, and it says that they created man from a clot. So a clot is not clay, it's not water, it's not dust, it's not mud, it's not any of those things. A clot is congealed blood.
which again is exactly what the Greeks said. Some of the Greeks said that a developing baby was, that it was the substance that would normally come out of a woman at the end of each month. It's being retained and held inside of her and forms the baby. That is not where the baby comes from. That is not where the baby comes from.
Yeah, if we're talking about ordinary creation, it's also factually wrong, which isn't what this point was. This point was in the contradiction section, but it's also factually wrong, as Mary points out. And it just happens to be consistent with the beliefs that were common in the 6th century, suggesting that the author was a human being living in the 6th century, passing along common knowledge. And that's the way the Quran treats it. It treats it as common knowledge that everyone knows and saying, look at these things you know. Isn't it marvelous the way Allah has set up the universe to be like this? The problem is it's not factually accurate.
I agree on
That
the embryo one. Yes, of course, the people they thought it was that way, but from what I've seen, some images, like the first stage of the embryo, kind of looks like a blood clot. I
It
could be
doesn't.
wrong.
Did you have you saved my stream? Did you save the stream I put in chat?
I'm gonna watch it later.
Okay. Okay, you do have it, because I
Yeah.
specifically address that exact argument. That this is my super comprehensive. A lot of stuff I do here is super comprehensive, talking about in detail, going, hey, some people say this, this can be true, this cannot be true, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm explaining why these things that you often hear absolutely can't be true and what actually is true. Okay, so I do go through all of that in detail.
So
Yeah,
Fadis, do you have anything else to add to this?
yeah. I would just say that uh, when I make an argument about, I'm actually very hesitant to make arguments about contradiction, and there's a reason they're towards the start of the video, because I don't consider them to be super strong arguments. But I'm hesitant because I know that an atheist will say the same thing. The Bible has contradictions and whatnot. But the difficulty isn't necessarily that there's some differences, right? If if I you had a view of the Quran like we have of the Bible, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's problematic for one person to be talking about the water and another person to talk about the mixed water with dust and whatnot. The problem is that there's supposedly one author, right? And that author is supposed to be an all-knowing God. And he claims multiple times that his text is very clear, that anyone who reads it should come to the conclusion that he is God, and that there and part of the reason they should conclude that is because there aren't any difficulties in understanding the text. There's no contradictions, which isn't true. I mean, there are difficulties. You have to, and I'm not saying you can't use your imagination to come up with some sort of explanation. And I'm sure everything on my list, other Muslims have come up with explanations for. I'm not suggesting you can't come up with an explanation. I mean, if you believe the text is true, you're going to come up with an explanation. The thing is that it's supposed to be perfectly clear. It's supposed to be right on the surface that you understand what it means. And indeed, the text itself is claiming that these obviously observable things, which may or may not even be true, are the evidence that people should be looking at the world and coming to the conclusion that Allah is in charge of the world. So to me, it's highly problematic. Uh, I only think that a handful of the things are absolute proof against Islam. I wouldn't consider this absolute proof. But when you have problematic thing after problematic thing after problematic thing, then you have to say, well, all of the evidence seems to suggest that Islam is false. I would need some really good evidence to the contrary to say, well, maybe there's a 2% way I can escape this problem. I'm going to take that because I have 100% proof that it's true over here, and I never hear any good reasons to believe in Islam. So therefore, I conclude that it is false because the evidence is problematic, suggests it's false, and I don't see any contrary evidence.
Fadis, I
Mm-hmm.
have like one more point, I guess, right? You remember the verse you brought up, I believe, 1872, and you said basically, to me it sounded like you kind of misquoted the verse, but I don't want to necessarily say that.
Which one?
Basically, yeah, 1872. You basically said it's a story, but then you said, "Oh, that verse says Allah allows a Muslim to kill a child if it is feared that they're going to be a disbeliever."
Yeah, well, okay. To be clear, I don't think that that's actually a teaching of Islam. I'm just saying that that's something you could derive from the passage. So again, this is going to be more suggestive than absolute, but I think the passage actually does start at 1872.
Well, here's the big
He,
problem. This is the Green Man story,
Yeah, I
and
know
this
you brought
was,
it up.
which we
yeah,
were talking about
yeah.
today.
So this was taken, and I told you it was taken from a story of the Desert Fathers that I've finally been able to track down, like word for word, what it originally said. And in the story, it was in a Christian context, and the one doing all the weird and apparently horrible things was an angel, was not a prophet or a man or anything else, was an angel doing these various really bizarre things, some of which are identical, some of which are different. And when he kills the child, it's for a very different reason. It's because the child at that moment was a believer and was going to heaven if he died, But the angel had
Mhm.
the absolute knowledge of the future from God that he'd apostatize and go to hellfire if he continued to live. And that this would be a cruelty for both the father and the child, and out of mercy, the angel kills the child. Now, this is a goofy story from some guys who had heat stroke in the desert in the first place. Okay. But it
All
actually
right.
works with Christian theology that someone who was a child who could later apostatize and then go to hell, whereas if they died then, they'd go to heaven. That is a situation that can exist. Now, in Islam, this is not any kind of situation that could possibly exist in any kind of coherent way, because in Islam, you are destined for the hellfire, or you are destined for Jannah, and you will not escape that destiny, period. And according to this story in the Quran, he is destined for hellfire. This child is destined for hellfire. And he's being sent there earlier by the green man so that he doesn't make his father sad and then he'll have another better one. But he could have another son anyway. And are you really sending someone to hellfire sooner? Because there is no opportunity for someone who's destined for hellfire to repent. Can you, this is, it turns something that is like a kind of, well, God knows best and works in mysterious ways sort of story, where things might seem terrible, but really God is arranging things in the best possible way, is the moral of the first story, however bizarre it is. You don't have that in this story because the kid's going to hell. Like,
Wait, Mary, I have a question.
Okay.
yeah.
So
Go ahead, and then
okay.
yeah, go ahead.
Also,
Sorry.
after I speak this, and if Ada speaks, I would like to say something else. But before that, what I'd like to say is that how do you know he's necessarily destined for hell? Like, what if what if Allah actually changed his destiny here or something? Because maybe it was already pre-written, but instead he dies early and then goes to heaven.
He cannot escape whatever's written. It's very explicit that if it is written that he is to go to the hellfire, he will go. That's why whenever Aisha saw a child who was being buried of the Ansar, so they were followers of Muhammad. They prayed. They did all the things they were supposed to do, right? And this child of the Ansar was dead. And Aisha says that it's a day that you should rejoice, for today he is among the birds of paradise, because he is so young that he couldn't even have possibly committed any sins he was below the age of responsibility. So he is going to be a bird in paradise. And Muhammad says, no, it might be otherwise, because Allah has made for hellfire those that will go to hellfire, and he has made for paradise those who will go to paradise. So he's saying that you cannot believe that just because the child of a believer has died in infancy before they are capable of understanding right or wrong, you cannot believe with confidence that they are not in hellfire, because they were created for whatever they were created for, and that fate is with them always. So if this boy was created for hellfire, he just got sent there earlier than he otherwise would have.
All right, so that's all. None of that has anything to do with my actual point in the video. I'm not
Yeah.
disputing any of that. It just didn't have anything to do with my. So I wanted to explain my actual point. Just
Mhm.
so this is part of a section on immoral commands in the Quran, and I said that a Muslim is permitted to kill a child if his fear the child will grow up to be a disbeliever, but only if Allah makes one do it, of course. So now let me read the text, and then I explain why I said that. So Al-Qidr said, and the translator's adding the names because the text doesn't actually tell you who's speaking. Did I not say that with me you would never be able to have patience? Moses said, do not blame me for what I forgot, and do not overwhelm me in my matter with difficulty. So they set out until when they met a boy, he, and then the translator makes it clear that it's Al-Qidr, killed him. Moses said, have you killed a pure soul, for other than having killed a soul? You have certainly done a deplorable thing. So Moses says, right, that they come across a boy and Al-Qidr just randomly kills him. And Moses says, what in the world are you doing? This is horrible. And then Al-Qidr said, did I not tell you that with me you would never be able to have patience? Moses said, if I should ask you about anything after this, then do not keep me as a companion. You have obtained from me an excuse. So they set out until they came to the people of a town. They asked its people for food, but they refused to offer them hospitality. And they found therein a wall about to collapse. So he, al-Qidr, restored it. Moses said, if you wished, you could have taken it for a payment. Al-Qidr said, this is parting between me and you. I will inform you of the interpretation of that which you could not have had patience. As for the ship, it belonged to poor people working at sea. So I intended to cause defect in it, as there was after them a king who seized every ship by force. And as for the boy, so this is, that other stuff is nice, but not related to my point. And as for the boy, his parents were believers, and they feared that he would overburden them by transgression and disbelief. So we intended that their Lord should substitute for them one better than him in purity and near to mercy. And as for the wall, blah, 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 blah. So he gives justifications, right? He gives justifications for his actions. He killed the boy by all appearances at random. And then he gives the justification that his parents were good Muslims and that they feared that this boy would overburden them by transgression and disbelief. So interesting choice of pronoun there, kind of implying that this figure is an angel, like in the story that it's borrowed from, intended to do their Lord should substitute for them a better one in purity and near to mercy. So the parents feared, all it says is that the parents fear transgression. It doesn't even say that he will have transgression. It just says the parents feared it. And then because they fear it, their Lord substitutes a better one in pure and near and mercy. So why I said that if Allah wills it, right, if he causes you to kill someone, you can kill someone for fear of them being disobedient to their parents, is because that's the justification given by the character who the reader is intended to be seen as acting justly. But because he has this advanced knowledge, he knows what's going to happen, he acts justly by killing the boy. So that's why I said what I said.
Can you share my screen really quickly?
Yep.
So, yeah, here it is. He was destined to be a disbeliever the day he was created. Sahih. So, the reason that he was killed is because he was destined to be a disbeliever. So, because of that, he from the day he was created, that means that he is in hellfire. Yeah. So let's do.
And I think that is actually an improvement of the text by saying, right, that's probably why this hadith exists, because it's making the text seem less ridiculous, that they know he's going to hellfire, and it's consistent, right? It's consistent both with the legends it's borrowed from and the fact that this character is all knowing, but it's not in the text. The text just says that they were afraid that he would be disobedient, and that's the only justification given in the text itself, which is why I said what I said.
Yeah, but then at least, like, the fact that you could possibly have the idea that he's being saved from the hellfire because he is still innocent, right? But here's the other one, right? That I was talking about. The child dies, and Aisha says there's happiness. The child's a bird among the birds of paradise. He hasn't even reached the age when one can commit sin, so he doesn't even have the torment of the grave. He's like the jihadis who get everything washed off, right? And he said, no, it may be otherwise, because God created for paradise those who are fit for it while they were yet in their father's loins. He created for hell those who were to go to hell. He created them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins. Like, he double emphasizes this. So, this kid's being sent to hell early to get a substitute, as if Allah could not have given them another kid who was a good kid, or just not had him destined to go to hell.
So something I'd like to say is that doesn't also the Quran say that that we feared that he would lead his parents into transgression and I think it's a disobedience. So because he has this foreknowledge, he already knows that this stuff is going to happen. Like, he's going to dishonor his parents, and also according to because God knows everything, so he knows it's going to happen. And according to Mosaic law, if a child like dishonors and his parents and stuff, he's allowed to be stoned by the men of the city. Like if
So
he like yeah,
Yeah, but what?
curses them.
Well, so let me address just the moral claim first. Isn't that true of everyone? Isn't it true that everyone commits sins and everyone disobeys God, and that God knows that in advance? So why did He create anyone in the first place?
No, no, no. This story is specifically like it's just a one-time thing, like an example, because it just displays God's wisdom and His overall superior knowledge to Moses.
it says we were afraid he
So
would
what?
impose.
Well, so the wall thing, right? The wall thing has like implications for lots of people. The boy only has implication for his parents. So that would apply to any boy anywhere who would disobey their parents.
So it
And
says his
I'm pretty
parents.
sure every boy has disobeyed his parents.
So
Just
it says
saying.
But
his.
it's
So
also
let me make this
in the
bigger. Sorry
Torah.
about that.
Not
So,
this
no, no,
specifically,
no,
but if it
no,
happens.
no. Hang on. Let's look at what it says. So, um, his parents were unbelievers, and we were afraid he might impose on them insolence and disbelief. There is no certainty here. It's might, it's maybe. So, how would he impose insolence and disbelief if his parents' fates are also sealed and also destined from the beginning of time? Everyone's fate is destined.
Ooh,
Period.
contradiction.
So everyone's fate is destined from the beginning. And so if you have a fear, he would impose on them insolence and disbelief. Does that mean that he would like annoy, like trouble them with his insolence and disbelief, or make
Yeah,
them
it sounds
insolent
like
and disbelief?
yeah, he like disrespects them, like
He
he
disrespects.
completely dishonors them,
Yeah,
like according to like
but
Mosaic law.
he hasn't done it yet, and you don't send someone to hell early for something that they haven't even done yet. What you might do is, God has the authority to strike someone and save their soul. Now, who the green man is, he's not an angel in the Islamic sources. Like there are a couple people who go, well, maybe he's an angel, but almost everyone else says that he's a prophet. And prophets are not supposed to know what will happen tomorrow. Like whenever Muhammad, there was a girl beating on a duff, like a little hand drum, like a frame drum, right? And she was singing, "We have a prophet who knows what will happen tomorrow." And he's like, "No, don't say that. You cannot say that. Neither you nor I nor anyone knows what will happen tomorrow." And so this is acting from this prophet's fear that he will make them suffer because of their insolence and unbelief. And honestly, loving parents do go through a lot because of their kids, even their believing children, right? The kids have ups and downs, they have troubles, they have things that even if your child were perfect, there'd be times when circumstances in their lives just break your heart. But this reaction is not rational given that he is destined for the hellfire. And why would he get one in exchange? A better one in purity and near and tenderness, rather than just give them also a better child without sending the other one to the hellfire earlier. Because imagine if you know your kid is destined for the hellfire, and he has insolence and impiety, right? It doesn't say that he's like insolence and unbelief. It doesn't say that he's going to kill 50 people or whatever, right? That he'd do that if he were allowed. It says insolence and unbelief. I would be absolutely brokenhearted at the idea that to make me less inconvenienced by the evil things he's doing, you'll break my heart early by sending him to the hellfire first. Because even if I guess I were because in Islam you would be deluded that your child could reform, to have the positive knowledge that that's it, he's gone, versus to live in hope that he might repent, would be really brutal, right?
Wait, on the topic of free will, this is actually a very good transition to my other point I wanted to make.
Sure.
I think the verse fade is. Do you want to do this or no?
We can take another one. We'll probably try to end
Okay,
at
so
11, but that's still half hour from now, so we can take another one.
So you know, verse I believe 74:31, if I'm not wrong. You're talking about free will, right? In your
Yes.
video too.
Hmm. Yeah, this is an excellent transition. You're correct about that. It's a good support of what Mary was talking about. So, did you already go to it, Mary? Because I was going to look at the context, but if you're talking, I can't hear you.
No,
You
which
may have
one is
muted
it again?
yourself.
Sorry, it's what?
It's fine. I already have it. So
Okay,
I'll just put my screen up there.
74.
And yeah, unfortunately, it looks like, oh, there he is. I was like, it looks like Zach's internet cut out, but he's back. And I hadn't started talking about it. So we're all good. All right. So starting at 27.
Oh,
And
this
what
is
can
my
you make?
favorite section.
And
This is like literally my favorite section.
I told you it was a good I told you it was a good place to go.
You're
He was
right.
right. This is
I
a
love
good
this.
transition. And what can you and what can make you know what is sakar? It lets nothing remain and leaves nothing, altering the skins. Over at R19. And we have not made the keepers of the fire except angels, and we have not made their number except a trial for those who disbelieve. That those who are given the scripture will be convinced, and those that have believed will increase in faith, and those that were given the scripture and the believers will not doubt, and that those in hearts is disease, and the disbelievers will say, what does Allah intend by this as an example? Thus does Allah send astray whom he wills, and guide whom he wills. And none knows the soldiers of the Lord except him. And it is not but a reminder to humanity. Know by the moon, and so forth. So this is the key part here, obviously, and that Allah goes into some detail. You know, we have all these short verses, and then we have this super long verse here where Allah goes into a lot of detail about how he's given some scripture and he's not given others. And he has some have disease in their hearts, and that they'll say, what does Allah intend by this? Thus does Allah not send astray whom he wills. So he sends astray whom he wills, and he guides whom he wills. He chooses who will obey him and who won't. That's what the passage says to me. And it
I'll come
adds that
back
no
to
one
that
knows which
part
is
on it.
which is even more, which is even
Wait,
more interesting or more clear. But
yeah.
when it says no one knows who the soldiers of the Lord are except him, you can't judge by actions, right? You can't just look at someone and say that person's a good Muslim or that person's in rebellion, because you don't know what Allah's decree for him is. You don't know if he has chosen to send them astray or he's chosen to guide them, and his decree will kick in.
Okay, so what I was gonna say is that I just noticed this also. Wait, it does say, yeah, it does say that, but what I was gonna say is that it's also saying that the parable causes them, like Allah uses this parable, right, in the parables in the Quran, that cause some people to believe and some others to
Yeah,
disbelieve. Yeah,
But this is all preordained for
sure,
this people
sure.
to believe,
yeah,
right?
yeah. No,
He
of course I'm.
causes he
Yeah,
causes belief and he causes unbelief. I mean, that's my point. So I'm not sure you're actually disputing me.
no, I wasn't
That
disputing it.
determines who believes and who doesn't, right?
So in
I mean, all you
summary,
said is
yeah. So in summary, Allah shows mercy to whom He wants to have mercy, and He hardens whom He wants to harden.
yeah, you could phrase it that way. I mean, that's not the exact words, but yeah, you could phrase
Yeah,
it that
yeah,
way.
but that's a summary. If I don't want to make it too long, right?
Well, the
Oh, I
cause
mean, I would, if you're going to do a one sentence summary, I would say, just quote the exact words. Allah
Or
sends
yeah,
astray whom he wills and he guides whom he wills.
yeah, but
I mean, why
would
change
you
the
agree?
words?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But would you agree that's basically the same meaning?
not
I would say it's similar, but I have a feeling your
no,
argument's going to
no, I would
depend
not.
on the word mercy, which isn't in the text.
No,
So
no, no.
I would
Still,
not say
No,
that
I would not say
it's
that that is
identical.
all the same concept, rather. So what's happening? So uh, this is an absolute case, right? This is an absolute particular case of an example. And what you're referring to is also another case of of essentially uh, Paul asking, for what purpose are the Jews not saved at that time? Now, whenever God hardened the heart of the Pharaoh, it was in punishment for a particular act. So uh, this is a particular act where you're supposed to, those who were given the book uh, should have certainty for it. So this is supposed to be like a confirmation, right? And what is the dark, those who have sickness are supposed to be confused by this. So we need to actually look at the particular instance here to see what's going on. Like, so what's being said here is that the reason why that there is sakar, or sakar, what is it? Sakar, goodness, sakar, that it's to and the 19 over it together. If you have questions about this, that their number is appointed as a trial only for unbelievers, and also so that anyone who has the book can have certainty that Muhammad is a true prophet. So this number 19 is supposed to make anyone at the time of Muhammad who has the book know that Muhammad is a true prophet. And those who believe will increase in belief, and those who are given the book and those who believe will not be in doubt after they hear this. So they'll know about this sucker and the 19 over it, and they will know Muhammad is a true prophet. Only the unbelievers are going to say, what did God mean by this as a similitude or an example or a metaphor or whatever, right? And so this is supposed to select out explicitly all the people who have the book. And the problem with that is that nobody who has the book has ever been able to figure out what the heck he's talking about. Nobody knows what soccer is. And people like atheists, they don't have a skin in the game, right? They have poured over so much stuff trying to figure out what the heck he's talking about and what this could be a reference to. And no one has come up with any decent idea. This is pretty much the only passage in the Quran where I don't have anything that I can say, yeah, this is what the Quran took it from, whether or not it's scripture or not. Like if it were scripture, we'd know right away. But I honestly have no idea what he was trying to say here. I've looked up the root of the word, tried to look at other words that have that same root, the SQR in English, right? On different sites. I've searched through all kinds of materials. Anytime that I read anything that is like Gnostic, I look for the number 19 just because of this text, trying to figure out what on earth could be meant by this.
Wait, I was just wondering, Mary, since I'm pretty sure you know like a lot of text, right? So you have never yet seen like a text resembling like 19, like how the Quran uses it, like angels
No,
and stuff.
and I've been searching because I don't think he made this up from like whole cloth. He obviously thinks that everybody knows who this is, right? That all the people of the book know. So Muhammad thinks that this is in scripture. So I would be love to know if Murad has any kind of answer, because I have found the ruined town that I don't think anyone has found before. I have found the ruined town in earlier sources. Like people connect it to the Ezekiel Valley of the Bones, but it's missing some really important aspects. It's missing a sleeper. It's missing food that doesn't spoil. It's missing it being around the time, and the sources that surround it say it's around the time of Nebuchadnezzar conquering Jerusalem. And I found those elements. I found it. I have nothing still for this. Not even in legends. Not in like the most obscure Jewish material that I can find. I'm stumped. Nobody's ever come up with anything that even sounds vaguely plausible. But that is supposed to, it does mention this being fitna. It is fitna for those who have disbelieved. But the thing is,
Yeah, well,
those
that would
who
make it
give the book need to
a
have
stronger
certainty,
implication.
right?
Right.
And
Yeah, I
everybody
mean
else
that's
has it, but it's fitna for
right.
everybody.
So trial is a justified translation,
Yeah.
but the fact that it's fitna being translated means just makes this very strongly worded, right? That they have not made their number except as a strong trial for those who disbelieve. Like this should be obvious that uh, that if you're disbelieving after this, you're in total rebellion. As kind of the idea. So that is an interesting addition there.
And also, if you look at the entire thing, if let me see, is mine being shared? Let's look at how it works. And also, there are rhyme patterns in here that show, which aren't here, but there are rhyme patterns in here that show how these flow together and stuff. So it's, oh, shrouded in thy mantle, rise and warm, thy Lord magnify, thy robes purify, and defilement flee. Give not, thinking to gain. So it's all these things about the last day, and on that day the unbelievers will not be easy. Leave me with him whom I created alone. So this is the condemnation of a guy who said basically, you're cut off, you don't have any living sons. How can you say that Allah likes you, right? And Muhammad's here is saying that Allah is saying that leave Allah with the man who's saying nasty things to you. And I have appointed for him ample wealth. I've given him sons standing before him. I've made wonderful things. I've made all things smooth for him, all the things that I've done for him. And he wants us to do more. So he wants us to give signs. How dare he ask for more? And so it's like, nay, he's forward unto our signs. I shall constrain him to a hard ascent. This is a reference to the path of Sisyphus on that is in which is actually in the hellfire, apparently, like Sisyphus rolling a stone uphill, a very steep hill that he has to climb, right? In hellfire is how it's glossed and or how it's explained. And then talking about all the things he's doing. And this is still all poetic. You see how short this is. He reflected and determined. Death sees him, how he determined. Again, death sees him, how he determined. Then he beheld, and this is about the future, right? Even though it's in past tense. And he frowned and he scowled and he retreated and waxed proud. And then he said, or no, this part is about what he had just done. Excuse me. This is not but a trumped up sorcery. It's nothing but mortal speech. So this is his attack on Muhammad, right? And then Allah says, I shall surely roast him in sakar. And what shall teach thee what is sakar? It spares not. Okay, I shall roast him in sakar. And this is, and it actually continued after this point, or he stopped there. And people went, what the heck is this sakar that you're talking about? Because he'd never used this word before, right? What is it? And so here's the answer. And it's poetic again. And what will teach thee what is sakar? It spares not, neither leaves alone. So you can see how there's a question between the response. Someone's asking, wait, what are you talking about? What is this sakar? We've never heard of it. So he goes, and what will teach thee what is sakar? It spares not, neither leaves alone, scorching the flesh, over at our 19. Well, now everyone's even more confused. So he's used a weird word that nobody knows what it means, and he's talking about 19. And people are just stumped. And they're like, what are you talking about, Muhammad? And then he's mad. So all the poetry's gone. And instead, he's standing and giving a very angry speech, interrupting his beautiful poem that he's had until here, where he says, we have appointed only angels to be masters of the fire, and by their number we have appointed only as a trial for the unbelievers, that those who were given the book may have certainty, and those who may and those who believe may increase in belief, and those who were given the book and those who believe may not be in doubt, and those in whose heart there is sickness, and the unbelievers may say, what did God intend by this as a similitude? So God leaves astray whomever he will, he guides whomever so he will, and none knows of the host of thy Lord but he, and is not but a reminder to mortals. So again, it's a dhikr again, it's a reminder, right? And in this angry thing, and just look at the poetry, and remember, this is supposed to be the eternal speech of Allah. There's this beautiful poetry, and then suddenly it's like, oh, what is this thing you're asking about? Here it is, also beautiful poetry, and then this angry rant. This does not look at all like something you would expect from a god. Why on earth is there poetry, and then just furious rant right here, and then this tacked on thing at the end? Why is there this enormous rant right in the middle, and why is it so inscrutable to literally everyone? Muhammad must have, I think he must have, like, honestly, I think he must have misheard something or misunderstood something and thought that people would know what it is, because it's been 1400 years and no one can point to anything that the people of the book have or had or believed in or said that would give us any idea what this means. So,
Um, I just saw a comment of someone saying that he believes it's probably the Jews. They asked him for this knowledge, and basically they were testing him to see if he's a prophet. I'm pretty sure that's in Hadith, but he was basically saying that he possibly made it up. He was saying.
Yeah, Servant of the Most High said maybe possibly the Jews asked Muhammad for a number of angels and he made something up.
somebody may
Because
have deliberately
the passage
misinformed him.
sounds like
Yeah,
Muhammad is supposed to know some hidden knowledge here. I think that's what he's trying to say. It's like
yeah,
anyone who has this knowledge, right, would know that I'm legitimate, and they would
right.
know that I'm real, because no one knows how many angels there are guarding hell except for true prophets. I think it's kind of the gist of it, and I know there's 19 of them. Damn it, that seems to be what it's saying. I mean, do you have
Wait,
any
before
other interpretation on what he's saying?
before we shift totally away from this, I wanted to still keep on the free will aspect of it. If it's okay, we can slightly go back for like a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
while on that.
yeah, yeah. Let's definitely talk about that, and then we'll wrap it up, because we do try to
Yeah.
end these streams at 11, which
So
is 10 minutes from now.
okay, I just I found a verse 226. It says that it also mentions how disbelievers, some of them are led astray from the with the parables, and it also says that Allah leads guides whoever He wills, and this is from memories, and He guides whoever He wills and leads astray whom He wills, and it also says He only leads astray those who are definitely disobedient. Is what the verse says.
Yeah, but there's a problem because of
Mm,
children who have never sinned
well,
were
yeah,
created.
it doesn't
So
say
they're
that.
not disobedient yet. If they're disobedient, it refers to not an act of disobedience, but into a disposition of disobedience that was created in them.
Sorry, are we talking about this verse, or are we talking about a different verse? Because there's
No,
nothing about
No,
disobedience in this verse.
226, not this one.
yeah.
Okay, sorry, I missed that if you said it. And I think Mary already gave
Here,
an answer.
I can go and I found it and I can throw it on top of this one. Let's see. There we go. Ha! There we go. Here's a whole bunch of English translations. So anything as small as a mosquito, right? Uh, he will. So Allah is not ashamed to make uh, a comparison or a metaphor to something as insignificant of a gnat. He will make a similitude about anything, even the tiniest things, right? Those who believe, they come to know from the same similitude that it is a revelation from their Lord, and those who disbelieve ask, what does Allah mean by such similitudes? So this one is saying something quite different, because this one says that the ones everybody knows, right? Those who are given the book have certainty because of this. They get certainty because of the 19. So that means that they have positive knowledge. Whereas this one might possibly be saying that if you have any question whatsoever, if you even question it, then you're being misled because you are a person who questions. Another one who says that those who believe know it's true from their Lord and they understand it is the other way of understanding it. And that's the way that I've always read it, that those who believe know the truth from their Lord, and so they have the understanding of it, and those who reject it are confused by it. But and I've read that way because of passages like this and a bunch of other things, right? And the issue is that people who are given the book need to have certainty from this. And even like at least a convert ought to say, hey, it's because of this, very clearly because of this. And yet, like, nobody's ever come up with
Yeah,
it.
so
Right.
putting my redaction hat on here, right? These passages sound like they started the same. That someone
Yeah, they
remembered this
sound similar, kind
part.
of.
Right. Yeah, this part like is basically word for word identical. This seems like something that people remembered, and then possibly they tacked this on, right? Because that sounded too harsh, so then they tax on, and he misleads not, except those who are defiantly disobedient. So, like, I mean, if you stop right here, it's word for word identical, basically, to the other one. Now, the what did Allah intend by this example? It's a totally different example, right? So, to me, it feels like this part was remembered, and then they came up with an example, and at least one of these, maybe both of them, they came up with what that example was, and then possibly tacked this part on, or the other person forgot it. That's also a possibility.
Yeah,
But
well,
these are
there
all
were.
very humanistic explanations, not like this is God's word explanation.
Yeah, if you check the rhymes and the lengths of the verses, a lot of the stuff that's about destiny, most of it dates from after the time that his uncle uh, Abu Talib died. So the stuff that Allah's leading people astray, not because of knowledge, but because it's ordained, almost all of that dates from after him, and some of it's inserted into the other ones, and they're the wrong length and don't rhyme. But the places where they are integrated and fit with it, fit there and later on too. But then you kind of have these backing off from it. He'll assert determination, predestination, complete, utter, like down to whatever that you're destined to all of this stuff. Allah is leading you astray, and then they'll back off from it too in those later ones where you don't early on. It's very clear in the early sources, if in the early surahs, if you take out the bits that are the wrong length and the wrong rhyme and really odd, that he really believed that you had free will until Abu Talib died. And when Abu Talib died and refused to say la la lahi ilaha, whatever it is, I forget how to say it. Anyway, I've never said it, but there is no God but Allah. He would not say
La
those.
ilaha illallah.
Thank you. Thank you. He wouldn't say those words. He refused to on his deathbed, and he died as a pagan. And he was Muhammad's favorite uncle. And then Allah tells him, "Don't fear. He was destined for the hellfire. It's not your fault." And then after that, suddenly there's all of this everybody's destined to die either believing or die either whatever, and I should not grieve if my people don't follow me because it's Allah's decision whether or not to do this, and I can't do anything to affect it one way or another. If you go into Surah 6, for example, there is tons of material about how it's not my fault if people don't follow me, their sins are not on me, and all that stuff. Like I'm not responsible, I couldn't do better, and it's all Allah's determined whatever it is. Yeah, that's about how I said it, Phil. La la lily la. Yeah, mine was about that bad because I can't remember. I'm like, where are the consonants? Where are the vowels?
So yeah, I mean, I think we can come up with a couple plausible explanations for how this came about as human beings writing and modifying a text over time. Uh, I think this wasn't cited as a contradiction, but we now do have a contradiction because the two passages say something different. If you only knew the one, you would certainly determine that is absolutely determined. And then here, there's at least the possibility that's not. I think it still strongly hints at it, but like Mary said, it backs off it a little bit, which is odd, right? That Allah doesn't seem to want to teach his whole thing both times he teaches it. So, I
And
mean, I think it's evidence that this is a human text, is what I'm suggesting.
I have a free video and also a book for you to check out specifically on Romans 9 that you were kind of alluding to elsewhere. So it's Leighton Flowers talking about his book and then the book itself, right? So
Okay, I'll check it out.
yeah, if you have Kindle Unlimited, it's free. Otherwise, it's used It ended up being around $15 anyway. It's $6 there, but you can check the free thing anyway. The free video on it. Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah. and,
Ingrid,
and I'm sure he could find it.
sorry.
I'm sure he could probably find it for free if he really wanted to, but I'm not endorsing that.
Yeah, I'll
Just
look
saying.
it up later. I watched someone talk about it, and it kind of sounded similar to me to that verse because Pharaoh's heart being hardened too. But I really didn't understand that one either.
Yeah,
I'm gonna watch more of that.
there is a near
Yeah,
quote.
I would.
There is a near quote of something that is quoted in that verse in the Quran, and Muhammad took it in a very, very harsh and deterministic way that was not taken in not taken that way uh, in other contexts. So I do think that he heard a Jew read that chapter. There are a couple of places where I'm like, these are near quotes of scripture, and then Muhammad totally misunderstands it. And this is a near quote of a Talmud event, and he totally misunderstands it or whatever. And this is one of those where I actually do think, I think you're right. I think that the Quran basically reproduces almost that thing and uses it as a justification for Muhammad's particular theology that I don't think was ever meant. So anyway, yeah, take a look. Tell us what you think.
Yeah, and
I read a
we've
translation
talked.
of Romans 9:18, and it kind of sounded similar, except it's like a few words that are different about it.
Yeah, 918 itself
Thank you so much,
has
guys.
a part. Yeah, it has a part from. It's partially quoting from something in Exodus, and it's a thing in Exodus that Muhammad had heard. I don't think he's ever heard any lick of Romans. There's no evidence that he ever knew anything about that, but I think that he heard something from the Jews from the source of that and his particular understanding of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you're right.
Okay.
Well, actually, when
Have a
you
good day.
quoted mercy, right, you're correctly quoting Romans when you said, "Does it mean the same thing?" And we said no. But yeah, it's a pleasure talking with you. I'd welcome you
It
back
sounded very
anytime.
similar to me.
Yeah, it does. I think he
Yeah,
understood
it does
that and he
sound
ran
similar.
with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason we said it's not the same thing is because having mercy implies that there's a just punishment and you're not giving the just punishment, whereas the Quran is saying it actually leads you astray. So there's a difference between having the mercy and not fully punishing what you deserve, which then is contrasted with the hardening, which is to give someone over completely to the sin they're already committing. So it is actually different.
Yeah.
Because this is a reaction to sin. The other one is suggesting a cause for sin.
Right, exactly. It's kind of and this one, Allah has determined that you shall be led astray rather than the hardening means it's the same word as strengthening. So if you talk about hardening your heart, you strengthen your heart, and you can strengthen your heart toward good things, but you can also strengthen your heart in the bad thing that you're already doing. And while the vast majority of the time it's used in that negative sense in terms of, you're doing a sin and then you strengthen your heart and God gives you the strength that you want for your heart. You want to do this thing, have at it, kind of thing. But the idea is that the strength, you're going in that direction already. If you understand that the word hard also means to strengthen, like it's not against what you would have done, it's giving you all the material that you want to do the thing that you have set upon to do. So
yeah, that's how I would understand the verse as well. In particular, the hardening of the Pharaoh's heart that Romans is alluding to. I would suggest that God is strengthening the Pharaoh to have the willpower to do what he wants to do, right? So he wants to do these sinful things. He wants to try to destroy the people of Israel, but he's kind of wishy-washy about it. So he wants to do this, but he's like, I don't know, right? I want to do it, but maybe there'll be bad consequences. And then God strengthens him to just carry out what he actually wants to do. Got a super chat from One Way Apologetics before we close out here.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Perfect segue in there. Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds you can do. One Way Apologetics says, God bless you, brother and sister. Mary, always a awesome live stream with you too. And I said it's a perfect segue because as Mary's comment here, you can join us on September 1st. So everyone,
Wait 1
One
second.
Way
We have to play one more because Jack gave us another $1. He really wants to
Yep,
have
yep.
another one play.
I know he wants to see. I know he wants to see an animation, but I'm segueing into this first before taking that. That on Friday, September 1st, everyone can waste their time on social media. People like One Way Apologetics might want to call in and be part of the discussion. We'll be having the next super group meeting. David Wood will be there at some point, probably not until late in the evening, since he's usually up all night with his kids and then sleeps during the day and then gets up in the evening. So he probably won't be on until later in the evening, but we'll start at 2:30. We're going to have a different Muslim apologist at every hour. So first half hour is kind of for introductions and whatnot. But then at 3, we'll have a Muslim apologist. 4, we'll have a different one. 5, we'll have another one, and so forth. And if Muslims come and join us live, then we'll hear their arguments. If not, I'll have videos prepared from some of the top Dawa guys. I've already emailed around a dozen Muslim apologists. I'm emailing several more. And then we'll see. We'll see who will respond. I'm not counting on very many of them, if any, replying and showing up live. But you never know. You never know. Maybe Ali Dawa will be in a generous mood and he'll show up live. He has been invited. But probably not. Probably not. We'll just see a video of his. We'll be looking at some of the standard arguments, but I've also found some really off-the-wall interesting arguments for the truth of Islam. So be sure to tune in for that. Typically, we have large crowd, good interaction from the audience, and we get a dozen or more different Christian apologists coming up and sharing their thoughts as well. So it should be a fun evening. And Jack Ray said no video on his behalf, but too bad. That's the rules.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
There you go. Give alone to Allah. Give alone to Allah. Sounds like a great time. Sounds great. Looking forward to it. See you guys on Friday. But before then, on Thursday, just got scheduled officially. It was tentatively scheduled, but just officially scheduled. I will have Ask Truth Apologetics on to continue the Finding Nomo series. Been a while since we had that. So in case you're not familiar with that, you've joined the channel since we started it or whatever, we're going through the Bible, looking at every single passage, or just about every single passage that Muslims have claimed is a prophecy of Muhammad. And we've been finding no mo in the Bible. We'll be continuing with Matthew. Interestingly enough, I've not heard this argument before because it sounds very bizarre, but the argument is that Muhammad is the cornerstone that the builders rejected. Believe it or not, that's actually an argument that Muslims advance, apparently, in their attempts to find Muhammad in the Bible. And I think that you interrupted your own animation.
Did, so I didn't get either.
So because of the way slave works, well, it's slave master is what it's actually called. So actually, I don't know why it interrupted it. I'm not sure what happened with the part-time stripper, why he didn't work. So you didn't actually interrupt yourself. It just failed to work.
Well, I think that just doing an exclamation, it just broke it anyway.
for some reason. But there you go. Now it worked. Tripper in here as well.
I was
Of
just trying to
course,
spend enough
with
points so that he could be on the board because
yeah.
I just
So
don't spend enough points.
well, that might take a long while to spend down your points.
Oh dear.
I'll probably change that soon. Right now it shows the top 10, but it's been going a while, so I'm probably going to change it to maybe show it might still show the top 10 or it might just show 5, but then it'll also show who've earned the most points on this stream so that everyone always has a chance to be on it just by participating in the stream.
That's a good
In
idea.
any case,
Because mine's silly for me to just be there a lot. Yeah. Because
I mean, I could
modding for
specifically
you,
block your name,
right?
right? I could specifically block your name like I block mine. I could
Yeah,
take
go
you
ahead
off
and
the
block my
board.
name because I'm going to be on the board a lot and I'm just too busy to do other stuff than to bring up my animations. It
Yeah,
is
Clyde says they missed.
2:30 Eastern, I believe.
Yep, 2:30 Eastern, 7:30 UK time, 8:30 Central European time, I guess 11:30 a.m. Pacific time. I'm not going to keep going through time zones forever, but you get the idea, right? You can Google convert 2:30 p.m. Eastern time to whatever time zone you're in, and you can figure it out. Or actually, you could just go to the stream, which actually, if I remembered to set it up, this is going to redirect to when we stop, and you can set a reminder there. Let me see if that's set up, actually. I don't remember, because I created this stream first, then I would have had to go back to do it, and I don't remember if I actually did or not. It looks like I didn't, but I'm doing it right now. Hitting save. So when this stream ends, you'll be redirected to that stream. You can set a reminder. You'll also show you the time in your own local time zone, assuming that you have your YouTube set up correctly. So, yeah, he said Farin Kazan says it's like 3 a.m., but we're going for 10 hours, so you won't see the start, right? If you tune in at, say, 9 a.m., that'll be hour 6, but we'll still be going for another 4 to 5 hours. So there definitely will be somewhere in your time zone that you're awake unless you're sleeping 11 hours. So that's all I'll say about that. Since I'm doing that long stream on Wednesday, I probably won't be streaming this week, or Wednesday. I don't know why I said Wednesday. On Friday, I probably won't stream this weekend other than my Bible study on Saturday. Why do they call it that? Greenwich Mean Time or whatever. Well, it's Greenwich, and it's named after a city where there's a observatory or the universe or the atomic clock or whatever. But the thing is, UK is not actually on Greenwich Mean Time right now, and people will say that, which is why I said UK time. They're actually on British summertime in the summer. Greenwich Mean Time doesn't have daylight savings time, so the majority of the year, UK is not even on that, even though they say GMT to mean UK time. It's inaccurate. All righty. Going to close out now. Let me close this with a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this stream today. We thank you for the good conversation with Zach. And we thank you for all the Muslims who tuned in today. We pray that you'll use the YouTube algorithm, use people's social media sharing and whatnot to get this stream to be viewed by many Muslims. Because as the ISIS jihadi in the news article demonstrates, the story of Dhul Qarnayn by itself is sufficient to prove the falsity of Islam. So I pray that you will use this stream to lead many people out of Islam. As people go about their day, I pray that you will bless them and keep them safe in the rest of their activities today. I thank you for this opportunity to be a witness for you, and I pray that you continue to afford me that privilege. We ask these things in Jesus' holy name. Amen. All right. Until we meet again, everyone, God bless. Go and serve the Lord.